There you go. Drop that right in his back seat. So for now, all the money's right there in the frickin' in the gloom. Oh, you can't. Get up there. The fuck? Oh, jeez. Come on, Link. Come on, Link. What are you doing, dude? It's got a little motorcycle there. That's pretty sweet. Oh, yeah, this place, so. What the hell? Way in. And it's surrounded by spikes, too. Should have just stayed where I was. Oh, shit. Must have done that. Oh. Obviously, I did that. Oh, right past him. Dang it. Ah! 25 bucks. Thanks, buddy. Where's my Sunderland? can't I take all these bananas too? Oh, this thing lands right here for me. That's a sweet little dirt bike. I like that. What's he got going on here? One tire, huh? That's pretty cool. That's sweet. What's with all the fans? Oh, that's a sled. Oh, wow. I like this thing. That thing's cool. Get up there. Whoa. This thing's cool. Fast. Duplex ball. Whoa. Holy crap. Most common causes of fatalities: overturning your vehicle. Even a simple arrow can threaten their ability to steer, huh? Really? So just shoot an arrow into the tire and it'll crash? Monocycle. Fuck if I can get 30 more yet. I don't think I've been there either. Or down there. A lot of places I haven't been. Oh, come on. You can't take this apart. I don't want to glide across the ground. I want to fly. Yes. Alright. Man, this one's got a lot of lift. Where am I going now? Oh. Oh, haha, come on. Almost there, too. Where is this place? nothing. Maybe I was in here already. That stinks. Guess I was in here already. Wonder where that thing landed. Way back there somewhere. Frocks. Frocks, you frocks and froxer. Fucking A. Damn it. Make this gonna be close. Gonna be real close. I should make it. Oh my god, this cliff. Oh yeah, I'm good on this. Oh, I thought I still had way higher to climb yet. Jaduka car, light route. I should tell you when you've been to all these Yiga hideouts. The little ass one that I didn't unlock yet, too. I haven't been there either. Terrain's so uneven. Might make it. Better off just zapping myself here. Probably actually here, maybe. No. Try this. Ugh. Oh no. Okay. I hit him. Drilled him. He's looking around. It's funny. Shit, it's 8 o'clock.
the celestial mass emerged, he squabbled over it. What was found inside would debate that. I don't think. And Bam Bam goes on Screaming Fat Guy magazine. Imitate Bam Bam. You can't. You can imitate the Iron Sheik. You can imitate the Marshall Man. You can imitate Ric Flair. But you can't imitate Bam Bam because he's run of the mill. He's like 100 times 1,000. I've seen people like him all the time. You see what I mean? And they were going to compete for the Slim Jim account with that sorry-ass piece of human excrement. You know, I once heard you say wrestlers have a tendency to be like Judy Garland. I'm assuming you were talking about drugs and alcohol and the lifestyle. Yeah, or are you a fan of show tunes? I don't know. I do the show tunes, baby. What do you like? Everything. Let's go. Mm-hmm. When you see a guy reach for stars in the sky. Guys and dolls. You're not going to chime in. I thought you can bet that he's doing it for some doll. All right, good. You wanted a Larry King and Marlon Brando moment. You got one. Why? It's better than even money that this guy's only doing it for some doll. You know, there's a place in the Village we can go tonight and do the deal there. Why is it so prevalent in wrestling? Is it disproportionately prevalent in wrestling to other sports? No. Wanted a reach for stars in the sky. Guys, you were talking about drugs and alcohol and the lifestyle. Yeah, or are you a fan of show tunes? I don't know. I do the show tunes, baby. What do you like? Everything. Like I say, story's the same, names and faces are different. This time I didn't screw it up, okay? Hey, I got some timers. Here's the thing. Like, I'm in town now for one of those autograph signings. Jake the Snake was in the bar. Where else did you expect to see him? He's younger than me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, this is my mantra. Health, wealth, freedom. Freedom was added lately since my divorce. Okay? I used to be just, never mind. Let's not be negative. But I'm just saying, health, wealth, freedom. Let me tell you something that's going to define me. I used to own shares of Costco. Are you familiar with this? Store chain. A store chain. It's trading very high. Yeah. Well, I didn't buy it at the low or sell it at the high, but I made a good profit. Okay. We never really, we always say bulls make money, bears make money, hogs get slaughtered. Okay. So anyway, what do you think they make the most money at? The store, you mean? Yeah. What product do they make the most money at? Their real estate, probably. Well, I didn't figure that, but what are they? What is it that they sell in the store? Yeah, toilet paper. And the average person uses 57 sheets of toilet paper every day. That's the average person. Guess how many sheets of toilet paper Lanny Poffo uses every day? Half that? Zero. None. Nothing. Now, the first thing, look at your face. Look at his face. Zoom in. Zoom at the cameraman. Is this because of beans, broccoli, and whatever? You're clean? What's the story? What do you mean you don't use toilet paper? Now, there's an intelligent man. Instead of criticizing what you don't know about, I took a guess. You took a hypothesis, educated guess, little something, Naturally, you're thinking twice about inviting me to your home. But then I remembered the diet, and I said this is the contributing factor to having a clean remove. You guys didn't anticipate getting this, I guess. Okay, listen, I'm going to tell you a little joke, and that's going to explain everything. Why did the two-story whorehouse go out of business? Too much fucking overhead. But the reason you don't use toilet paper is not fiscal. It's fiscal, and my butt is cleaner than yours. Yours. Yeah, really. A rumor we hear sometimes, and this is in no way jocular, is that Randy used to with an underage Stephanie. I don't know where this generated. Do we know the first time they heard this? Or from whom it came? All the boys tended to say, "Yeah, I heard that too." I heard it too. Kamala has already wrestled Leaping Lanny and gone the route. Okay? And now he's worked his way up to Hulk Hogan. And they're having some very good matches. And of course, King Curtis is the manager of Kamala. So they get to Los Angeles. And Chief J. Strongbow comes in and says, well, we play with this and that and this, and that. Hogan goes over. And then Curtis gets him to the side and says, well, this is the first time in St. Louis. He says, usually, we do a return.
Los Angeles.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Los Angeles. That light's right in my eye. Sorry. Okay, and it's too much data. It's our first match in Los Angeles. Usually we do something like a DQ and then come back and get that way we get another good crowd on it.
Sure.
And Strongbow says, what's the matter with you? You're here on Vince's charity. Didn't you know that? Just enjoy the ride. And King Curtis says, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Vince thought of me as a charity case. But thank you for telling me. And he gets on a plane and he goes to Honolulu. And when he gets to Honolulu, there's an APB out on Curtis Iakea. They met the plane there. He says, you are to call Vince McMahon immediately. And Vince says, Curtis, what happened? He says, he told me I was a charity case. He says, you get on the next flight to San Diego, which was the next time the poor guy flew this and that, and he says, I will have Strongbow meet you in front of all the boys to kiss your ass. And he did. And I loved it. And that's my favorite story.
Was Strongbow a douchebag as an agent?
Yes. In a word, yes. I'll tell you why. I was on TNT as a babyface with no gimmick except a bad perm and a bad mustache.
That's when you were in the armor?
No. Oh, yeah, actually, I put on the armor. It was theatrical armor like you would wear if you were going to play Sir Lancelot and King Arthur in Camelot. And I know all the music of that, too. But
Camelot.
Okay. Anyway. And I do claim to be a heterosexual. And yet I
know musical theater, which
and I love Liza Minnelli. Okay. Anyway, so I go out there, I write a poem for the occasion, and I wear the suit of armor, and I do a poem. And they go to black, which is a show business term for the commercial.
Doesn't mean S.D. Jones was the next guest. Come on. Bastards.
Okay, anyway. So Vince says, Manny, that was fantastic. From now on, you do the poem before every match. And I went, yes! I didn't say that, but I was very excited. Because, it's a gimmick.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do it really badly. But then I got to Poughkeepsie, and it was Strongbow's responsibility to write the names of the wrestlers on the chalkboard for 3 hours of, and usually that was in the days of, you'd have King Kong Bundy be against Irving the Bedridden Jew. Right.
His finisher was the dreidel drop, by the way, off the third row.
So anyway, Strongbow was giving me absolutely no help with telling me who I was going to wrestle. You get there at noon, you eat, you hang around like an idiot, and then you find out right before who you're going to wrestle, and I have to write a poem for the occasion. So I'm not getting any help. So I knew he was a douchebag. See, the first day I was in,
Don't play with
then we went on the road, and I went to Tingley Coliseum in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I walk in, and Strongbow and Orndorff are yelling at each other at the top of their lungs.
Easy. Don't
And
bite
Strongbow
it.
says, don't give me that. I've had more main events than you've had matches. And Orndorff says, yeah, and it looks like it, too. It's like a pretty good comeback. Mm-hmm. And so I went up politely to Strongbow, and I said,
don't bite it.
Is it possible that I could know ahead of time so I could write a better poem, who I'm going to wrestle? And he goes, I hate your gimmick. Now, I was going to say, but discretion is the better part of valor. I was going to say, it's not a gimmick. I write my own poems. You're the gimmick, you fake Indian. That's what I was going to say. But you said nothing. Instead, because I believe I'm not an alcoholic, and I believe in that. God give me the strength to accept things I cannot change. Well, you go to AA, you know. And the wisdom to know the difference. To change things I can.
Or the things I can't.
And the wisdom to know the difference. So what I did, I went to the drugstore, got a 49-cent spiral notebook, and I started writing poems about every possible person I could possibly have a match with, including generic poems. So I would be prepared for anything they sent my way.
That's genius, dare I say that.
Oh, thank you. And here's what happened. This is when he knew he couldn't beat me. I didn't stooge. I didn't tell Randy, I didn't go to Vince. I just went to the 49-cent notebook, and I promise you, you know that thing where they threw me into the ring against Nikolai and Sheik and Freddie Blassie. Yeah. Okay, and I was with the guy that we're going to beat, and then they threw me right in, and I'm telling you, right in. And this is syndicated national, international thing. And I said, okay, fellas, I got you covered. And I grabbed that microphone and I say, if Volkov comes from Russia and the Sheik comes from Iran, I have a question on the minds of every single fan. Every time your mouth is open, you must put our country down. If you hate us all so much, then tell us why you're still around. There's so many boats and planes that leave our country every day, and I'd gladly buy 2 tickets just as long as they're one way. Because a lot of people fought and died to keep this country free, and we're sick of seeing both your ugly faces on TV. So with Freddie Blassie at your side, just step into the ring and salute your native homeland as the Russians start to sing. And when the match is over and and when the bell has sounded and the match is underway, some American inferior might kick your big red A. And right as I started saying it, unbeknownst to me, Corporal Kirshner appears and then some music starts, is rousing, patriotic music, and he's going around. And we actually, it was the 3rd hour, so it's harder to pop the crowd when it's midnight. And I thought to myself, they no stopping me. They cannot beat me.
You didn't know Kirshner was going to come out with this?
I didn't know, but in show business, you got to adapt.
Yeah. I want to shift gears. I want to talk about last match. 2 minutes ago. Yeah. Where were you when you got to Were you at an airport? Do I have that wrong?
I went from Tampa Airport to Dallas. I turned on my cell phone, and I was I was on my way to San Jose, California, and in order to go to a town called Norwalk, California. So I got a message on my machine, on my cell phone, and it said, this is such and such from Largo Medical. Your brother and your sister-in-law were in a car accident, and she's banged up, and your brother's in critical condition. Please call this number. So I call this number, and I'm freaking out, and they had me on hold forever. It seemed like forever. It was probably about 10 minutes. And Lynn says, Lanny. I said,
Lynn is his wife.
Lynn's his wife. Her name is Barbara. But Barbara Lynn Payne Poffo. Lanny. Oh my God. I said, what happened? You don't know? Which, you know what I mean? It's like, I just got word to call you. And she told me, and she started crying. I started crying, and it was all horrible. So what to do. So the first thing I did is call Jimmy Hart. And I'll tell you what, let me just say this. I didn't mean to be bad-mouthing everybody in the business here. Well, I love Jimmy Hart, man. I'll tell you what, and if it weren't for him opening the door to the Macho Man in Memphis, and then later with Vince McMahon, because, trust me, not a lot of people were happy for Randy, but Jimmy Hart was true blue, and he's an excellent person, and I love him. And what an excellent person! You know, recently his daughter just passed away of cancer, and you know he's always been our friend, and you know he's one in a million. Okay, so I said, Jimmy, Randy just died. Oh my God, what? I said, please call the promoter and tell him I have to come home. You know, I'm just thinking about my mom. And then I called my daughter. I haven't called my mom yet. I called my daughter and she was crying. And then I went to and I said, the flight is sold out. I said, you don't understand. My brother died. And she said, I'm sorry, but the flight's sold out. So I pulled the star card. I said, do you know the Macho Man Randy Savage? She says, yes. I said, get your supervisor and get another seat because my mother needs to see me before the sun goes down. And she did. I mean, trust me, when they say it's a sellout, you can always sit one more if you're important enough. And, you know, I played that card, and like I say, Jimmy Hart is an excellent person. People call him a one-hit wonder. How many hit songs do you have? I don't have any. Neither do you.
After tonight's performances, no one's going to believe I have any.
Well, okay, you're right. But Keep On Dancing by the Gentrys, you know, that's a pretty good resume for a wrestling manager.
Hey.
So anyway, what I'm trying to say is I found out in Dallas, and I flew back to Tampa, and I was home to comfort my mother before sundown.
And Mom had heard already by the
Oh,
time.
yeah. Yeah, she heard. She knew before I did. But I didn't want to call her until I had good news for her that I was coming home. So it was but I'll tell you what, you meet people, we've all suffered terrible tragedies and losses, and the only way to avoid it is to die young yourself. And that's no way to be. So we all share in each other's grief and make each other stronger.
Did the media handle it respectfully?
Almost all. But he died on a Friday, and then on a Monday, I drive over to my mother's house, and there's Channel 10 News, local. So I got about one drop of Macho Man's blood in me, and they found it. Because I'm Macho Man now. You know, I'm the survivor.
Hey.
So I opened the door, and they say, oh, Lanny, we're so sorry. And that she invited us in and everything. And they saw by my face that this wasn't funny. And I said, how do you live with yourself? Get your shit and go now. And they left. Can you imagine that on the day of the funeral, that they think it's entertainment to go talk to a woman who is an emotional shambles?
I believe it.
They don't love you. They don't care about anybody. They want the news, you know, and they're a bunch of whores.
You did a significant amount of TV press when that happened. You were on all the shows, right?
Yeah, and
Hannity
people and I what's that?
Hannity. I'm just naming some of the people.
No, I was on Hannity only because of the Chris Benoit.
Oh, that was the Benoit. That's right. Okay. But you did a lot of TV interviews after Randy.
And then Hannity had me on 2 more times, so I was 3 in a row. You know, for the Benoit, but not for Randy's. No.
Okay. But let me ask you, what's Randy's legacy as a wrestler? What did he do most significantly?
If you bought a ticket, you didn't need a refund. Okay? And he was always on time, always clean and sober, cared about the business, cared about you having a good time. Didn't matter if it was a sellout at Madison Square Garden or Pontiac Silverdome, or if it was Paducah, Kentucky with nobody in the house, you got him outnumbered. He gave, and he gave, and he gave, and he gave, and he gave. And I think the fans knew that. And that's why they came out in record number, and he didn't perform in front of too many empty chairs.
You know what we didn't know, though? His legislative brother. What is that?
Okay? He was a huge part of my life, and I made him a promise that I'm not going to allow the WWE to induct him into the Hall of Fame without Angelo Poffo and Lanny Poffo. And I've already said this on other interviews, you're not getting a scoop here. But there are some smart marks out there that wear Cena sucks shirts. Cena does not suck. He may be suffering from overexposure, but he does not suck. Okay? I'm getting death threats because some fans think that I'm holding my brother hostage so I can get in the Hall of Fame. And I'm telling you that it's not true. And I am not wishy-washy. And Randy's greatest regret is that he didn't fight harder for my father to get him in that stupid battle royal. And Randy, if you're up there or down there or anywhere, I'm not going to let him down. You know? So say what you, I mean, here's the best thing about me. I don't have to be popular. You know, I don't. My daughter had a tattoo, and I said, why? Why on earth would you do that to yourself? And she said, well, I just want to be different. I said, no, you don't. You want to be different like everybody else. You know, the thing is, I'm an oddball. It's okay. But I'm following Joel Furman, and I'm following Robert Kiyosaki, and I'm trying to I do things for a reason, even if it's a bidet.
I was saying, you're saving a fortune on toilet paper, and you just educated us. What the hell is the Abraham Lincoln Society?
It's going to cost you $10 a year. Are you interested?
Membership, you mean?
I graduated high school in 1973 with Tom Schwartz, who was the curator of the Lincoln Library, and he got me involved. I enjoyed it. I love Lincoln, and I'm from Illinois, and you know, there's been some excellent presidents, and he was.
So does a group dedicated to the study and preservation of the legacy of Abraham Lincoln?
Well, it's like those 30-year-old virgins that live in their mother's basement and like peace and long life, you know, and it's Spock and whatever.
You sit around and talk about it? Is that?
No, listen, it's I'm an honorary member of the Lincoln.
Oh,
okay.
For God's sakes.
Okay, not even a true member.
So we had a scoop here. Dinner with one person, dead or alive, what was it?
Oh, you caught me off guard.
I did.
Dinner with one person, dead or alive. For greens, onions, mushrooms, beans, berries, and seeds. Roseanne Barr. I am kidding. Okay.
Kiyosaki himself, maybe. Have you met him?
I'll tell you what. I would like to have dinner with the 1960 version of Mary Ann and the Gilligan's Island.
Oh. See, they always say you're either a Marianne or you're a Ginger fan. I mean, as men, and it speaks to your personality, I think.
I'm a Mary Ann. Yeah, Ginger is a star bitch.
Yeah.
You know.
They're probably great in the sack.
Oh, she didn't want to mess her hair.
Go back in time and tell young Lanny something that would be of value.
You can go back and
here. Go
back to the future.
Yeah, a little bit.
But believe it or not, I wouldn't tell myself to not get married because I wouldn't have my daughter and I wouldn't have the highlight reel. So yes, it was painful and miserable and horrible and everything. And I did better than Chris Benoit. He was more amicable, more civilized. And like you say, when you lose, don't lose the lesson. So it was the lesson, you know, but I'm not going to be. Who's got the record? Ric Flair now, 17-time world champion, 50-time married.
Husband.
You know, the thing is.
But is there anything that young Lanny needed to know that he found out too late that you could maybe save him a little bit of time?
Yes, I'm very, very sorry. When I became the genius, I got involved in a drug called decadurabolin.
A guess.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the cleanest one, but it's an oxymoron. There is no clean steroid. So, you know, I took a few months off, got my hair, grew my hair out, the beard, everything, what is cancer gallons, all set. Nobody encouraged me, even if it was a solo. No, I was being a and I knew that I was getting the chance of a lifetime. And I wanted to make good at the G's. Not too many jabronis that get a chance to make it on top. And you know what? I thank Hulk Hogan and this man with a chance. This man, Hogan brought me to show us.
You get the secret code number and call the developer of the game and Kratos. No, there's no way this has been disconnected. As of a few months ago, it was still running, and I used to show people this all the time. Like, I literally just showed a friend this a few weeks ago. It had to be cut off very recently. I got an old YouTube video of what it's supposed to sound like. It was a super sick thing to show all your friends and show how badass you were at the original God of War. That they ran from the original launch of God of War 1 up until like a few weeks ago. This Easter egg is now dead. So in memory, we hold this candle for the super sweet God of War Kratos phone call Easter egg.
I get in there and I'm short timing, and this is my second celly that I have. And I'm a big dude and he's a small dude. And I could instantly, when I walked in, not even knowing who the dude was, I could tell by his demeanor that this dude is no joke. He was like, first thing he said to me was paperwork. I'm like, right here, buddy. And I'm like, yours. And he hands me his paperwork and I'm like, all the respect, dog. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, cool. So you're here on UUMVs. So, when's your out date? And I'm like, I got 39 months. He's like, cool, that's the last time you'll ever talk about getting out around me. And I was like, facts. He's like, we have some rules in this cell. You sit down to pee. And I'm like, explain it. And he's like, so there is a piss mist radius when you stand up and you pee 2-3 feet from the water. There's a splashback mist radius. And he goes, this is my home for the rest of my life. I'm never going to see the streets again in my life. And I don't want to live with a bunch of other dudes' piss. You'll be in and out of here. This is my forever home. And I was like, I got you. I get in there and I'm short time.
Damn.
By, and very few people can help me with this. You're one of them. I know what my dinner conversation was when I was growing up with my family. It had nothing to do with kayfabing anyone. It had nothing to do with making sure the teacher at school didn't know Dad was an okay guy. So what is dinner conversation in the wrestling family?
The dangerous truth behind boba tea. Boba tea is a sweet and chewy Taiwanese drink usually served with milk, tea, and pearls. Over the years, this simple treat has turned into a multi-billion-dollar industry, seemingly overnight. But what if its rise wasn't just about taste? Well, you see, some suggest it's part of a larger agenda, an experiment in mass addiction. The combination of excessive sugar, artificial flavorings, and mysterious tapioca pearls has left many questioning what's really inside. And here's where it gets stranger. Some claim the tapioca pearls contain synthetic compounds designed to subtly alter brain chemistry, making consumers crave more without realizing why. Could this be an intentional effort to create dependency, much like processed fast food? If boba tea is more than just a trend, who's behind it, and what's the real purpose? So the next time you chew on these addictive pearls, you can tell all your friends about the dangerous truth.
So what is dinner conversation in the wrestling family? Is business talked about? Is it completely kayfabe? Is mom part of the conversation? What is it like?
Well, you mean when I was growing up?
Yes.
Well, I'm the youngest in the family. So I must tell you, Sean, if I couldn't take a rib or a little needling, I would have hung myself in my room many years ago. One of the things about being the little brother of the Macho Man And my father, listen, he was quite an alpha male himself.
Yeah.
And my mother, she's still alive, 85 years old, but she's a Jewish mother. That's the thanks I get for all I've done for you. So basically, we talked about baseball a lot. Can you believe it? I mean, we were a baseball family. The best of us was the Macho Man, Randy Savage, Randy Mario Poffo, signed 1971 with the St. Louis Cardinals. Didn't get drafted, ignored in the free agent draft. And then he signed, my dad drove him to Busch Stadium in St. Louis. And out of 300 free agents, they only signed one guy, and that was Randy Poffo. And he signed on the same day as Keith Hernandez. You may have seen him in Seinfeld. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
I am Keith Hernandez.
But so you were into other sports. Mm-hmm. Randy was a baseball player. You were into baseball too?
Yes. I just had one thing wrong with me. Otherwise, I would have made it. I couldn't hit, run, throw, field, or think. But outside of that, I would have made it.
Good thing you could rhyme and do that moonsault off the turnbuckle. But wait, did you know what Dad did was work?
No, I didn't. And as a matter of fact, in those days, kayfabe meant something. Yeah. It's an archaic phrase. It doesn't mean anything anymore. And I think it all ended one time when Vince McMahon decided to wink at the people. And a lot of the old school people thought that it would be horrible for the business. Actually, it was very good for the business because you stopped insulting the people's intelligence and it just made it entertainment. And that gave people an alibi to come have a good time at the matches. So I always considered myself very, very lucky to be the son of a wrestler and to finally become a wrestler myself. Mm-hmm. Now, everybody asked me since I was the genius if I was really great at school. I hated school.
Really?
I got very good grades, but I was very lazy. I was the kind of guy that didn't do any homework but did very well.
Didn't have to study?
Didn't have to study, but I was strange because if I got, like, history, I was very good at history and if you want to play like Jeopardy, I wager all of it and win, you know what I'm saying? Right. But I just hated the perfunctory, felt like cattle, didn't like it at all, couldn't wait to become a wrestler. And that caused a little problem in my family because my father's a college graduate, my mother's a college graduate, my brother ran off and played baseball. They wanted me. They thought I was college material. Mm. Although my brother was a straight A student. Macho Man was a straight A student. And I didn't even want to graduate high school, but I went ahead and did it anyway for them. But I had no intention of going to college. I went right into wrestling. Right. I just didn't look the part. I looked like a boy in a man's world.
Were you a student athlete too, though? Were you?
Yeah, I played a few sports. I wrestled and played baseball. I just wasn't... I wasn't athletically gifted as my brother. You see, he was great at everything he ever tried.
Was he a prodigy, maybe? Is it safe
in to what?
Say? Athletics.
I would say yes. He only made it 4 years in the minor leagues, and he hurt his shoulder and learned to throw left-handed the other side. He was a switch hitter and became a switch thrower and signed with the White Sox as a first baseman. But then they went ahead and cut him anyway. Where's my
signed by the White Sox throwing with your
he talked like that
opposite
before
arm.
He was famous. He says, Randy, you done good, but you throw like a girl. You know, when you throw with the wrong hand, you just throw like a girl. Hope I didn't offend anybody, but you throw like a girl.
Wow. Did you have sibling rivalry or were you best friends?
I would say both. Okay, there was a little rivalry, but he always took care of me. He always protected me. And he could be my worst critic. But it made me tougher because once you've been the little brother of the Macho Man, you can handle anybody.
What does he say to you? A critic like in athletics, he watches one of your high school wrestling matches and pulls you over and says what?
Well, for example, when I was 13-year-old in the All-Star game, there was a base runner between second and third. And instead of running at him, I threw to second and he went to third. And that was the winning run that eventually scored. So I felt like the genius was an idiot. And then I was very upset. he comes into my room. He says, "Here's the deal. Don't worry about it. The sun's going to rise in the morning. When you lose, don't lose the lesson. Next time a guy's between second and third, you run at it. He's the one in trouble, not you. You run at him until he, figures out what he's going to do." Then the next year, I hit a double with the bases loaded, but I thought it was going to be a home run that just didn't get the trajectory. I stopped to admire it, and I was almost out at second. And then he comes in my room.
Came back to your room that night.
And he says, "Here's the deal. When you hit the ball, you run. They'll tell you if it's a home run." So anyway, life's lesson by the Macho Man. But he was very earnest, sincere. He loved me. I loved him. It's just that good thing I wasn't sensitive. Or let me just tell you, my pillow knows the truth.
I'm sure.
Okay.
We'll get to all that stuff. I want to stay in the younger years for a few minutes. Randy precedes you into wrestling by how many years?
2 years. He graduated high school in 71. I graduated in 73. I started immediately in June of 73. He got laid off in baseball. He got released, 1975, we were all working for the Sheik, Eddie Farhat, and living in Toledo. And my father and I were teamed up, and then Randy came in, and he was immediately fantastic. Only problem is no muscle. He was big, strong in baseball, but in those days, wrestlers were big and fat, and neither one of us really looked the part.
Did your father approve of both of you going into professional wrestling?
Absolutely. My father was not one of those wrestlers that prohibited his sons from getting into the business. He thought that wrestling had been very good to him. He wanted to make sure it was good to us. And I can say that, honestly, and looking right at you, I know a lot of wrestlers that gave more than they got. I'm a wrestler that got more than he gave.
Really? You think so?
Oh, yeah.
What was the most sagely piece of advice Angelo gave you?
SYM.
Save your money.
Yes. Thank you, Dad.
Yeah.
Because you know what? There is no pension. There is no nothing. As a matter of fact, we're independent contractors. If you have a real job, they take a portion of your money, give it to Uncle Sam, and you can't get in a whole lot of trouble. Government says, now, you say, I'm Flair. Government says, I don't care.
Sure.
Government says, I can't do it.
The woo. Yeah.
Woo! I can't do it. I can't do it. I shouldn't try.
Why are you hurt that Randy isn't in the Hall of Fame?
I can tell you all about that. There's more. I'm
sure there is.
I'm sitting on some information.
Well, right. Okay. There's Coco Beware and there's Edge, and where's Randy?
I got a phone call before Miami from John Laurinaitis. He wanted to know how I felt about Randy getting in the Hall of Fame. Posthumously, of course. Like they could have done that at any time. And he would have given what kind of an interview am I going to give? They don't want to see me. They want him to see, yeah. See what I mean? It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be.
Well, why didn't they go to him before?
Okay, look. Let me go way back.
Okay, let's do
Okay,
that.
Because Randy and I started in 1985. I was 30 years old. He was 32. Everything went swimmingly. Randy loved Vince. Vince loved Randy. Randy did very well. And if you look at Randy's career, did he take more than he gave? No. Did you ever see the match between him and Jake the Snake Roberts?
I've seen most of it.
He got bit by a king cobra.
Yes, I know.
It took the saliva sacs out of his mouth. But Randy got 103 fever, and the snake died.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Wow.
Randy gave and gave and gave.
I didn't know that.
And then it happened. See, let me just go to the end. I told John Laurinaitis Randy does not go in the Hall of Fame unless my father and myself go in the Hall of Fame. First of all, John Laurinaitis, you were very nice to me on the phone, but extend your fucking condolences.
Nothing from.
Nothing from anybody in Connecticut except one guy. Thank you, Howard Finkel. You're a mensch. Okay? I'm not trying to make any trouble. It's just that, isn't it customary? I mean, even if you're glad he's dead, wouldn't you at least say, I'm sorry for your loss?
Well, they go to all the funerals of all the other.
Okay, well,
legends.
okay. But anyway, like I said, let's go back.
Okay.
Back when Randy was popular. Back when everybody was invited to each other's parties.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to say this without getting emotional here. But the phone rang for my father, and it was Al Costello, Fabulous Kangaroos, teamed with Roy Hesherman and Wild Red Berry. And he says, I love Al Costello. He's such a wonderful man. He says, I can't do the Australian accent. He said, I'm so excited. I just got a call from the WWF, and there's going to be a battle royal. And it's going to be in New Jersey, and everybody's going to be there. And he started naming names. Now, Lou Fez, Pat O'Connor.
This was at the Meadowlands. They did the big Timers Battle Royal. Sure.
Yeah. Gino Brito.
On a house show.
Yeah, there you go. So you're with me.
Yeah.
Now, yes, it was a house show. Mm-hmm. That means it wasn't a pay-per-view.
Correct.
It wasn't.
Was anyone there? No. Okay.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, it was a house show.
Yeah.
Not WrestleMania. And I'm sure, and if you Google it, and I have, there's very little evidence that the show ever took place.
Correct.
It happened to be on November 16th, 1987. The reason I know that is my brother turned 35 the day before. And that's when he took a chip and he put it on his shoulder and kept it there the rest of his life. Here's what happened. Al Costello said he's going to be in the Battle Royal. Then Randy and I came over to our parents' house and says, I got a call from Al Costello, said he's going to be in the Battle Royal. And my dad said, right in front of me, is there any way you can get me on that card? So he can get in the ring with his friends, Killer Kowalski, Gene Kiniski, all these people that, my father hadn't seen in years, people that you may never meet again, old timers get together. He wanted, how'd you like to have a party and you're not invited? Does that make you feel good?
They wouldn't put Angelo on.
Randy says, don't worry, I'll get it done. Randy went to the powers that be. The reason was vague, but the answer was no.
So from that day forth.
From that day forward, Randy told me, from now on, it's just business. He's just there for the business. Mm-hmm. So, but Randy's a professional, so am I. And I was married at the time with my daughter. Mm-hmm. So, see, here's the difference between me and Randy. Well, there's many reasons why, as an individual, he was better than me because he was more dedicated, probably more than any other wrestler I ever met. I mean, he looked at the minutia of wrestling. He knew what outfit he wore on which town, what outfit Elizabeth wore, every little thing. He knew what high spots were done with which people.
Right.
He didn't have to write it down.
Right.
He had it.
Right.
Okay. He believed it was important enough to put as much effort into it as he possibly could. The reason he was the greatest worker in the country and in the world is because he was gifted, and it's what he did with it. You see what I mean? He gave the extra effort, and when you bought a ticket, you saw some pretty good show. Yeah. You didn't want a refund when you saw the Macho Man.
What did Angelo say when he was told no?
My dad took it very well. My brother did not. Oh. And there weren't too many days when my brother didn't mention it. And then, after my father died on March 4th, 2010, my brother put his fist through his own wall of his own house. He did that a few times, okay, because he was a lot of pent-up rage. That interview was a little bit real. You know what I mean? It was like, hello, how you doing? Yeah. And if like I said, he wasn't big on forgiveness. Me, I'm kind of water off a duck's back. Me, forgive and forget.
The fist went through the wall.
Because he never got over, he never forgave them for not putting my father in that battle royal. And it would not spoil some vast eternal plan if they had. Like I say, it was just a house show. And so then, I hate saying this, but he says, from March 4th, 2010, when my father died, till the last days of his life, because he died May 11th of 11. I'm sorry, May 20 of 2011. He said he was tormented by the fact that he wasn't able to get. And I said, Randy, you're the best son anybody could have ever had. I mean, he sent them first class to Israel, gave them vacations in all throughout Europe, sent them to Japan, bought them presents. When my father started losing his health, he got that high-end toilet that they have in hospitals for shut-ins, those walk-in, what do you...
But he felt that Dad needed one thing from him and he couldn't deliver.
You know what he said? I should have done it like... He says he did it like Martin Luther King, and he should have done it like Malcolm X. And that means by any means necessary. And I said, you would have killed your own career. He says, either way, you get a bullet in your head. See what I mean? Because they were both assassinated. And, he was into the history.
Wow.
So he said, by any means necessary, it was my fault. Those, from then on, he called the WWF the FWWF.
Why was he so reclusive later in life?
He wasn't. He just didn't want to see anybody.
Well, okay. But he was even a public guy. He didn't give interviews. He didn't. And we talked about this a little bit. And I said, one of the biggest tragedies, other than the loss of a human being, is he never got to share the psychology behind his gifts with the general public. Interviews, shows like this. We lost him too soon. Why was he so withdrawn?
I can't tell you how many times people try to use me as a buffer to get to him, and we turned down tons of money. I would get him a deal because wherever I would go on independent scenes, people would always be really nice to me. And then, by the way, can you tell me about your brother? It didn't bother me at all. I understood that I was the, what do you call it? I was the gatekeeper. Yeah. No one sees eyes, not no way, not no how. Okay. So, about some of it was the torment, and I'm sure if you asked Vince about it, he wouldn't remember because I'm sure it was a decision. But I'll tell you what, he didn't just blame Vince. He blamed Pat Patterson, Jay Strongbow, the whole kit and the caboodle.
And you're talking about from the Battle Royal.
The Battle Royal. But the thing is, it's not what happens to you in your life, it's how you react to it. And if you want to make a mountain out of a molehill, that in the wrong section of New Jersey, people kill each other over gym shoes. It doesn't have to be a big thing. Sometimes it can be $5 and you're dead. See what I mean? It's about, I told you I'm water off a duck's back. He was not. Right. He was a mountain out of a molehill. So then many things happened and this and that, and finally they made him an announcer. And he's, toward the end there, he started getting a little bored with the announcing. He did a good job. But how long is announcing fun when you feel you still have a few matches left?
Adulate.
The first time he mentioned the Hall of Fame, we were at, what's the name of that Italian place that isn't Italian? Olive Garden.
I was going to say that, actually.
Okay. It was April 10th of 2009. The last birthday we celebrated with my father, his 84th birthday. And we didn't think we should bring him because he wasn't really up to it. So we did bring him, and he wasn't in the conversation. He was somewhere else, and he was miserable because it was hard for him to sit down. I guess, he was falling apart. And he lived about 11 months more. And
Ooh, I want that shield.
Randy
Give me that
said,
shield.
we're struggling to get conversation to get him started
Give me
into the
that.
conversation. It's his birthday. And he says, you like that? Von Erich's
I
getting
want
the Hall
that.
of Fame.
That's mine.
He says, not Terry. The Von Erichs as a family. And if anybody ever wants me in, that's the way I'm going in. My father, Angelo Poffo, my little brother, Manny Poffo, the Poffo family. That's how we're going in. And believe it or not, my father smiled and a little teardrop came. You know, he wasn't really in the conversation, but he understood that. And so every time my brother would come over to the house, you know what I mean, we'd all get together, he would reiterate that, and it always brought a smile. And then when my father died, he started talking fatalistically about himself, talking about, if anything happens to me, you better not just accept the thing, you better do the thing, because we're the Poffo family, just like the Von Erichs. Even Chris gets to be in the Hall of Fame. He says, and I'll tell you what, we're better than the Von Erichs, because we don't fucking kill ourselves. We die natural deaths in our family. You know what I mean? He was...
What does Laurinaitis say to you when you tell him it's all or nothing?
He told me, he was very nice, didn't offer his condolences, but I'd never met the man. But I must say that I was in Miami at one of those Legends signing things, and I was in the elevator with James Laurinaitis, the brother that was in the Legion of Doom, the animal.
Yeah. Joe.
Joe, I'm sorry. Joe. He didn't recognize me and I didn't recognize him, you know, because I've changed from the genius, right?
You don't have the hair.
I don't have the perm,
perm.
or I don't have the porn star mustache. I was trying to look older, okay? Now I don't worry about looking older. Anyway, first thing he said to me is he offered his condolences to my brother. So I said, thank you. And trust me, it means something. And I said, and congratulations on your son,
The NFL.
professional football player. And I'm going to tell you, Randy was born in Columbus, Ohio, and he was a big fan of his. Back when he was, Ohio State, and then when he became St. Louis, it was exciting. And Randy used to say, everybody's got a kid, and as soon as they make the newspaper, it's all something real bad, and here's something fantastic. And he said, thank you. And we had breakfast, but he gave me his condolence.
Right.
Now, look.
I know why Randy was mad at Vince. Why is Vince upset with Randy that he can't make a phone call, send a card, send flowers, something to your family? It's very strange.
Well, let's put it this way. It's been 1 year and 5 months, almost 1.5 years. And if you're listening, I know you still have my address. My mother is still alive. My daughter is 28. She misses her Uncle Randy and her Auntie Liz. And Randy's wife, who you've never met. And I'm still here. Belated condolences would be very much appreciated. I'm not being sarcastic. But, see, I'm here with the olive branch. Okay, and when I came back, when I went to Miami, they had called me. Howard Finkel says, before we start landing, I just wanted to say I'm very sorry about your father and your brother. And I said, well, cross him off the list. You know what I mean? But Howard was always a mensch. Howard was the best. And he said they wanted to do an interview for me in case they do the WWE, network. Mm-hmm. And they don't want to have always John Cena 24 hours. So I listened, of course, money changed hands. I showed up. We did the thing. And one of the questions they asked was, Vince loved Randy like his son. Why did he leave for the WCW?
Well, there's the answer, I guess, right?
Well, that's not the answer I gave. They caught me off balance. Because in the context of the question, he says, what was it that made him leave? I don't want to go back many years before. Besides, we were already, they were only giving me a window of opportunity, and there were other wrestlers that needed to be interviewed. So I said, well, this is what happened. Randy was doing the announcing, and one of his dreams was to go ahead and have another match better than the one he had with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. And he never could. He never eclipsed it. He had raised the bar too high. And he was always thinking in the back of his mind, this is how he worked, about, is there any way I could find somebody to have a match like that better than that? Mm-hmm. Or almost as good or whatever. And he decided that Shawn Michaels would be his man. So he developed a whole big storyline to have a 2-year feud against Shawn Michaels, involving the beginning of it, champagne, 2 flutes or 2 glasses or whatever they call them. He pours and drinks to Shawn's career. They click their glasses. He takes the bottle, bangs it over Shawn Michaels' head, and it's the Macho Man against Shawn Michaels. Mm-hmm. And not only did he feel that he could draw big money with Shawn Michaels, which undoubtedly people would have paid to see that for, but to give the people something special, he thought he could accomplish that with Shawn Michaels. So, and I'm telling you, he was in details. He lined it up 2 years. And he presented it as a 2-year feud because he believed in the feud. He believed in the element of, I hate you for what you've done. And then you build it up and you do this and the Hatfields and the McCoys.
He shows it to Vince?
He showed it to me first.
Okay.
And I said, you know, what was I going to say? I was just some guy. I said, beautiful. He showed it. He went there, showed it to everybody. And like I say, the reason's vague. What they told him is, Randy, we're having a youth movement now, and the best thing you can do is stay with the microphone. He goes, oh, okay, I understand. I didn't realize I was elderly, but I think I'll get a second opinion on that. So he calls up the powers to be at the WCW, and he had already turned down a few offers already, and they were just printing money.
Right.
Like Bernanke, you know.
That was the big time.
And so he decided to take it, and he gave his notice like a gentleman. And I'll tell you what, something good came of it. Jerry Lawler got the spot, and he's fantastic for many years. And I'll tell you what, I'd love to do a job like that, and it ain't easy. You see what I mean? And I think Jerry Lawler did a hell of a job.
Outside of the ring, all we would hear about Randy is, I mean, even in people we've spoken to, overprotective, almost diabolically overprotective with Liz, locked in closets. Bobo, you've heard all this before, of course. Obsessively methodical about match preparation, numbered spots, you know, multiple loose leaf sheets with Ricky. Is this true? And what else should we be hearing about him as a person?
Okay.
It can't be this maniacal individual was all Randy. What else was there? And was that stuff true?
Okay. First of all, yes, it was all true. Secondly, you can all go fuck yourselves. All of you. Tell you a little story. I love Fred Upman. Tugboat. Nice person. Sleep apnea. He'll be still. I listened to a shoot interview of his where he said Randy overprotected Elizabeth, locked her in the closet. First of all, let's get something straight about getting locked in the closet. We're talking about Poughkeepsie, New York, the Mid-Hudson Civic Center.
TV tapings, right?
Yes. And when you were in high school, only a few years ago, me, it was before electricity.
So kind he is.
Did you shower with girls?
No.
Why not?
Well, despite my best efforts, it wasn't allowed. We had separate locker rooms.
When you needed to relieve your bladder, did you pee with girls?
Separate bathrooms.
Well, why would you want your wife to undress with men?
I wouldn't.
So,
No,
for expedience, he went downstairs, got Elizabeth a place to dress, and there was nothing strange going on, okay? So, when Fabulous Moolah came in, or Wendy Richter, or any girl,
They'd all be together with Liz and that.
they go together with Liz.
Okay.
So there's nothing strange going on.
There was no locking the door, throwing the key
There was no
away,
door.
all this
It was a, please. Okay. I see an interview, and it was just run of the mill because there's been a lot of shoot interviews. You're not the first. You are the best. You're not the first. Okay. And it's about production. It's about caring. It's about class. But I love Fred. He's a good guy. But he said the same thing you're saying. That's been parroted by every single person talking on shoe interviews, things they never had the balls to say to his face. So he said what he had to say. Same thing you said, except stories the same, names and faces are different.
Mm-hmm. I'm often confused for Fred Ottman. I just want to point that out. It's not that different.
Who are you talking to, hon?
Well, your diet's working.
Fred's isn't.
Okay, a couple years ago, I'm about to go to one of those autograph signing situations in Birmingham, England, and I see Tugboat in the airport, and I haven't seen him in years, and he's a very nice man. Have you met him?
Oh, no.
Well, you're missing a lot. He's a very nice man.
Mm-hmm.
And he's big as a house now. I mean, he's huge, man. He's gained all this weight, and we're talking, and I've just seen him on the shoot interview, but I'm not about to mention it. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't operate that. I don't deal in negatives. Okay. And I said, well, so how's your wife? And he says, I'm divorced. Just got a divorce with children, divorce, things are bad. I said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No, I wasn't. Go fuck yourself. You're divorced too? You're criticizing my brother? Excuse me, Fred, I love you, but go fuck yourself. Don't go on shoot interviews because you never had the balls to tell Randy anything when he was alive. Okay, sorry.
You bring up an interesting point, though, to get off
the
negatives for a minute.
I was on a roll. Okay.
Okay, keep going.
There was a book. Sorry, man, but I just saw the presidential debates, and everybody was combative. It got me all excited. Okay, there was a book by Linda Bolea saying that Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake were lovers.
Yes.
Well, hate to break it to you, the book should have been called Confessions of a Lying Cunt. Not a word true. They're not lovers, but I'll tell you what they are. They both got divorced again. Beefcake for the umpteenth time or whatever, and Hulk Hogan, and they turn around and marry again. So here you have Hulk Hogan, the greatest star of the 20th century, is a mark by repeating the same foolishness. See, my religion, I'm a born-again bachelor. And as soon as I leave here, guess what I'm going to do? I have to go do whatever I feel like doing all the time.
No one in the room is jealous of that, are they? Yeah.
See, listen, I love Hulk Hogan. I love Vince McMahon. You know why? Because in the big picture, what have they done for me? Everything. You see, believe it or not, even though I'm divorced, I was married 12 years. I love my wife. You know why? Because fatalistically, if I die tonight, you know how your life passes before your eyes? Well, a couple of events in that life passing before my eyes, it's going to be because of my wife, my daughter, Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan, and definitely Macho Man Randy Savage. So, was Randy a little bit overprotective? Yes, in a good way. Okay.
I buy that.
And let's just say Lex Luger was a little bit underprotective.
Well, that brings me where I'm going.
Okay.
And let me pointedly ask you, had Liz and Randy not divorced, would Liz be alive today?
Okay. Randy never blamed Lex Luger for anything, and neither did I. Here's why. If you're 3 times 7, which by my genius rules is 21, you eat what you want to eat. You drink what you want to drink. She took soma and booze together and doesn't mix.
Well, I didn't mention Lex, but would this have happened if she were still with Randy? Was there a drug problem when she was with Randy?
I never knew any. I never saw it.
He never mentioned it.
When I was with Mr. Perfect, I never saw it. I saw the toxicology report. It was acute cocaine overdose. Listen, the names and faces are the same. The people have changed. No, I'm sorry. I'm a little.
The situation's the same.
The story's the same. The names and faces are different. It's the Amy Winehouse syndrome. If, what, why, not, this and that. No. You are responsible for your actions. Don't go trying to blame the boyfriend, the husband, the mother-in-law, the janitor. If you overdose, you pay the price. If your name appears in alphabetical order, there's no do-overs with this.
Well, was her life more stable with Randy?
I never saw her again. Okay, I knew before the marriage, during the marriage, not after the marriage, and only a few times ever again. And stability, I don't know. But I'm just saying, the reason you think that Randy was overprotective is because everybody seems to think so. But I can't name you 3 happily married people that have gone through. Okay, Rick Martel, Tito Santana, Bill Eadie, and that's all I can think of right now. That got married one time, claimed to love their wives, and lived happily ever after. Everybody else is a divorcee. So who among us, if you point a finger, there's 3 pointing back at you. Who among us, how to handle a woman? Who the hell knows? Everybody and the ones that say they're happily married, they're in various degrees of pussy whip. Yes, dear.
Define pussy whip for all of us.
Let me just
for the young folks who are considering getting married, define pussy whip.
Let me just tell you a joke that is not funny. Okay, that way you don't get your expectations.
Okay.
During sex, what does a housewife think of, a girlfriend think of, and a prostitute think of? Got 3 different women here. The prostitute says, I hope this is over soon. The girlfriend says, I hope this lasts long enough. And the housewife says, beige. I think I'll paint the ceiling beige. I said it wasn't funny, but
point well taken.
Well, it's true. If you're going to, and you know what? Is the divorcee much different than the prostitute? When it's time to go to court and get their fair share. So, bitter, who's bitter? All I'm saying is when you lose, don't lose the lesson. Just like when I was in the 13-year-old All-Stars and there was a fella hung up between second and third, and instead of running toward him and letting him decide, I threw the ball and the guy went to third, and that was the winning run. Well, I lost, but I didn't lose the lesson. I am going to be, in 12 years, I'm going to be 70 years old.
Wow.
And while I'm in my right mind, I'm only going to have the girlfriend sex. I'm never going to have the prostitute or the housewife sex ever again. And I remember one time, Bam Bam Bigelow came in the dressing room and he says, I just got a blowjob from an arena rat. And I said, I hope you kept the receipt. What do you mean? I said, you're a very ugly man.
In the 80s, were any of the rest faithful? Now we're talking on the road 250, 260 days a year.
I'd say it was rare, but I'd say Tito Santana, Rick Martel, Macho Man Randy Savage, my father, was 62 years married. Okay. The thing is, after I gave up and I was just hanging in there for my daughter, I went from famine to feast. So kayfabe commentaries. When things were bad at home, I enjoyed being on the road.
Right. And it was that plentiful in the 80s. We always hear this. Like, it's not now, they all say, but it was, you had your pick.
I did. Bam Bam didn't. I did.
How about Fred Ott?
I'd say he had a task.
All right.
He had a better personality
than
Bam Bam.
Oh, right.
But so does that fucking Rock.
Right. You're on the road. You're hanging with the ladies. How do you eat right on the road, Lanny? Is it possible?
Lex Luger did. And Ultimate Warrior, Ricky Steamboat, Everybody had their priority. They always managed to find the gym. Right now, see, I had an advantage over everybody. When I was 12 years old, I met Killer Kowalski in Hawaii. He was teamed with my father. He was always talking about vegetarianism. He wants to be a vegetarian. My brother didn't like him that much. I thought he was great. But when you look back, Kowalski died at 81 and was a strict vegetarian. Health nut, pontificating all this stuff that he had read. Okay, my father ate anything he wanted to be 84. My mother smoked, just quit in 1980 something. She smoked cigarettes, ate anything she wanted, stopped smoking in 1980 something, and she is still alive at 85. And she's sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name is Lanny Poffo, and I am the son of Angelo Poffo, the brother of Randy Poffo, Randy Macho Man Savage. And this is Judy, my mother, the one that made it all possible. Say hello to the wrestling fans, Mom.
How do you do? I'm happy to be here and see you.
I did an interview about a year ago, shortly following the death of my brother, and it was for Canoe Slam in Canada. And they said, when is the Macho Man going to be in the WWE Hall of Fame? And I said the truth, which is he doesn't want to be in the WWE Hall of Fame unless it's as the Poffo family. Father Angelo, little brother Lanny, himself, Macho Man Randy Savage. And he got the idea from the Von Erichs. It wasn't Kerry in the Hall of Fame. It was all the Von Erichs, including Chris. And you know what, Mommy? They're saying I'm a liar. Now, what do you have to say about that?
I would say that I've never known you to lie. And I've been with you a long, long time. And I have heard the same thing in the house time and time again, that Randy said we have to go in as a family or we just don't go in.
This subject is very near and dear to the hearts of the fans. And the fans, they're the ones that made Randy so great.
Absolutely.
And he appreciated each and every one of you. Now, the fact that some smart marks, of course, that's an oxymoron. If you're a mark, you can't be smart. If you're smart, you cannot be a mark. But there's been a lot of people probably live in their mother's basement that are going ahead and blogging things and insulting my veracity, my truthfulness. And I'm telling you, if it were up to me, well, Mom, what do you think? Do you think I should call the WWE right now and say, let's induct Randy, never mind Dad, never mind me? Would you want me to do that?
He would not like it one little bit. He would be so angry that I can't begin to tell you.
Right now, I mean, don't anybody get influenced me. I read a book by Joel Furman, and I'm living on GOMBS, greens, onions, mushrooms, beans, berries, and seeds. And like Kowalski, that doesn't mean I'm going to live a day longer, but my motto is I want to live to be 100 or die trying. At least I want to try.
You couldn't do that in the 80s. Greens and onions and beans and blah, blah, blah.
No,
It's at 12 o'clock, you get out of the arena. What are you going to get?
I ate the best I could in the situation I was in. And you know what? If you make an effort, you can do that. See, here's the difference between me and the rest of the boys. I'm in the Robert Kiyosaki group. Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Cash flow quadrant.
There you go. Okay, there you go. I mean, you know, I talk to some people, it's like Chinese. But the thing is, if your passive income, passive in portfolio, is greater per month than your monthly expenditures, you can retire. I'm retired. Now, when the phone rings, I answer it. If Vince McMahon called me that he needed an announcer, I would answer it. But in the meantime, I don't have to hold my breath. Now, you must know also that since Richard Nixon, August 15th, 1971, we got off the gold standard and into the fiat money. We're no longer backed by gold. Since then, the dollar's been losing value. And we have to Obama-proof ourselves. In other words, because the government doesn't love you. The Fed is printing money. It's backed by nothing. I mean, Bernanke's doing what Blackjack Mulligan did, except it's legal.
I want to stay on health. The MSNBC stuff is interesting. Well, maybe we'll get there, but I want to know your current diet plan. You're a guy who's managed to stay in shape through your 50s. You're almost at your 50s. So what do you eat? You mentioned the BB.
Okay, with the money, it's Robert Kiyosaki, and a book before that, Richest Man in Babylon. Okay, with the food, it's Dr. Joel Furman. He's in New Jersey, and I saw him speaking on PBS. It was 3 months after my brother died. I'm a glutton. I got up to 272. I'm now down to 219. And now I stopped weighing myself because I don't want to get mental about just the weight. So it's greens, onions, mushrooms, beans, berries, and seeds. Just get the book Eat to Live. Okay? And like I say, folks, it doesn't mean it's going to work for you. I don't want anybody, saying, well, I gained weight or.
Well, I thought you were a health nut, and I'll tell you why. Where did I run into? It was an event up here. I spoke to you briefly. We had a very funny exchange. What was it? Carteret, right? But you had a gallon of water,
Distilled water.
yeah, that you were walking around drinking.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, that's a committed. He's carrying this big friggin' thing of water.
I'm one of the few men that's proud of his jugs.
Yeah, you should be. It was a plentiful jug.
I call it my Dolly Parton.
But you carried it around and you drank from it. I said that Jesus, this guy is committed. Is that what that was all about, or were you parched that day? Were you dehydrated? What was the story?
When I was in Hawaii, I met a guy named Paul Bragg. And if you go to a health food store, you see Paul Bragg apple cider vinegar, Paul Bragg liquid aminos, books by Paul Bragg, The Miracle of Fasting. And he wrote a book, The Shocking Truth About Water. And water, you boil it, it goes as steam, condensation, it drips, and it becomes distilled water. Same thing as the rain. Evaporation, condensation, rain. You can't drink it because of the pollution, especially in New Jersey. I just messing with you.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not the governor.
Okay. So anyway, like I say, it doesn't mean there's a guarantee that I'm going to live another 10 minutes. But I think it's well worth my while I love life. And I don't have the chip on my shoulder. I mean, I'm sorry that Randy did, but that was his choice. Was it wrong that Randy asked them for this small favor and they didn't do it? Yes. But when you think of the big picture, look at all the wonderful things Vince McMahon did to me, Randy, and our family, and the ancillary ramifications of it. I wouldn't be interesting enough to talk to for kayfabe commentaries if Vince McMahon hadn't, discovered Randy. Now, the other thing that Vince doesn't like Randy for, nobody talks about it ever, is when Randy left, he took something with him.
A belt, a crown,
He snack food.
Oh, the Slim Jim account.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So now listen. Vince tried to get it. Randy tried to steal it. Didn't steal it. I mean, this is America. If he'd have stolen it, I mean, they would have had some legal papers, I'm sure, because they have on retainer battery of lawyers. He took Slim Jim, and Vince made some gratis commercials, and guess what superstar he chose to compete with Randy?
I don't remember. I'm trying to think.
Bam Bam Bigelow. Now, never mind the fact that I hated him. They're both deceased.
Why'd you hate him?
Because he was a low-life scumbag. Even in wrestling, even the immoral wrestlers thought he was low. And he had made, before he died, a lot of embarrassing articles in the newspaper. He was a deadbeat father. He was despicable.
What about to you guys, though? Was he dangerous in the ring, or just?
Hey, listen, I was his bitch. I was his jabroni. They always get, before I got my break as the genius, I was leaping Lanny against Bam Bam Bigelow every town. No fucking thank you. He was horrible. You want to know who's good? Terry Funk, Jake Roberts, Kamala.
more guys than just that. I'm not being rude here. Even Outlaw Ron Bass.
But didn't appreciate you for putting him over.
He didn't say it. Say thank you. You put me over, I thank you. I do the moonsault and say thank you on the way down. Because you're not going to look good unless somebody helps you look good. And I've been on both ends of it. Okay? So anyway, never mind the fact that I never liked him. I mean, I'm sure somebody must have. Mm-hmm. But you're going to replace Randy Macho Man Savage with Bam Bam Bigelow?
Doesn't seem like a smart move.
Okay. Now, Vince McMahon has made a series of intelligent moves. Almost everything he ever done is fantastic, but that wasn't one of them. Neither was the football or the bodybuilding or that.
Right.
Okay.
I was going to say, there's a few, it has some company.
But I mean, the thing is, he did so many things right. Okay, but here's the thing. Bam Bam was special because he was chosen. Macho Man was chosen because he was special. And if you're watching this, listen, I'm sure a lot of people lie to you. Watch the DVDs. He was special in interviews, appearance, everything.
I don't think anyone would debate that. I don't think.
And Bam Bam goes on Screaming Fat Guy magazine. Imitate Bam Bam. You can't. You can imitate the Iron Sheik. You can imitate the Macho Man. You can imitate Ric Flair. But you can't imitate Bam Bam because he's run of the mill. He's like 100 times 1,000. I've seen people like him all the time. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. And they were going to compete for the Slim Jim account with that sorry-ass piece of human excrement.
You know, I once heard you say wrestlers have a tendency to be like Judy Garland. I'm assuming you were talking about drugs and alcohol and the like.
Yeah,
or are you a fan of show tunes? I don't know.
I don't. Hey, I do the show tunes, baby.
What do you like?
Everything.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
When you see a guy reach for stars in the sky.
Guys and dolls.
Very good. You're not going to chime in? I thought we
you can bet that he's doing it for some doll.
All right, good. You wanted a Larry King and Marlon Brando moment. You got one.
Why? It's better than even money that this guy's only doing it for some doll.
You know, there's a place in the village we can go tonight and do the deal there. Why is it so prevalent in wrestling? Is it disproportionately prevalent in wrestling to other sports, the lifestyle that we're talking about? Drink, pills.
Well, I don't call it Judy Garland anymore. I call it Amy Winehouse.
I noticed before she replaced
because she's current news. Okay, like I say, story is the same. Names and faces are different. This time I didn't screw it up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hey, I got some timers. Now, here's the thing. Like, I'm in town now for one of those autograph signings. Jake the Snake was in the bar. Where else did you expect to see him? He's younger than me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, this is my mantra. Health, wealth, freedom. Freedom was added lately since my divorce. Okay? I used to be just, never mind. Let's not be negative. But I'm just saying, health, wealth, freedom. Let me tell you something that's going to define me. I used to own shares of Costco. Are you familiar with this?
The store chain?
The store chain.
It's trading very high.
Yeah. Well, I didn't buy it at the low or sell it at the high, but I made a good profit. Okay. We never really, we always say bulls make money, bears make money, hogs get slaughtered. Okay. So anyway, what do you think they make the most money at?
The store, you mean?
Yeah. What product do they make the most money at?
Their real estate, probably.
Well, I didn't think of that, but what are they? What is it that they sell
in the store?
Yeah, toilet paper. And the average person uses 57 sheets of toilet paper every day. That's the average person.
57.
Guess how many sheets of toilet paper Lanny Poffo uses every day?
Half that?
Zero. None. Nothing. Now, the first thing, look at your face. Look at his face. Zoom in. Zoom at the cameraman.
Is this because of beans, broccoli, and whatever? You're clean? What's the story? What do you mean you don't use toilet paper?
Now there's an intelligent man. Instead of criticizing what you don't know about,
I took a guess.
You took a hypothesis, educated guess, little something, you know. Naturally, you're thinking twice about inviting me to your home.
But then I remembered the diet, and I said, this is the contributing factor to having a clean removal. You guys didn't anticipate getting this, I guess.
Okay, listen, I'm going to tell you a little joke, and then it's going to explain everything. Why did the two-story whorehouse go out of business? Too much fucking overhead.
But the reason you don't use toilet paper is not fiscal.
It's fiscal, and my butt is cleaner than yours, and yours, and yours, and yours.
What, do you shower after each evacuation?
Bidet. Bidet.
Oh,
Said
you have
bidet.
bidet.
Who said bidet? Bidet.
Okay.
Go on Amazon.com and get yourself a bidet. Now,
How much money do you save not buying toilet paper? The goddamn rolls are like 99 cents.
It's cleaner, less irritation. You want to compare?
Do you drive a car?
Yes.
I mean, that would be a good place. I mean, maybe a hybrid. Maybe that's a better place. Cut your pennies at the pump. Maybe it's odd. The toilet paper was the thing chosen. That's all.
A bidet is superior.
Okay. Listen.
In every way you can measure it. I don't know why people use toilet paper. In Japan, it's catching on. It started in France. It's bidet is the French word for pony, because people straddle it. I guess that's all it started.
You would know. Do you straddle it?
No, I don't have two potties. It's an attachment you put on the seat, and you turn the knob, and it shoots up. And you can't use it while when the toilet flushes. You can't use it again until it stops. But isn't that fascinating that I would be that kind of a consumer? See, in other words, I just don't throw the money in the air. See, there's two ways to achieve financial freedom: make more money or spend less.
We'll do both.
If you do both, if you accentuate the positive, you eliminate the negative. Okay, what's that from?
I don't know the musical. My wife's going to kill me for this. What was it?
Song of the South.
Oh, maybe. See, I'm not even familiar with the show. Rumors. Ready for rumors?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You've been in the public eye. Your whole family's been in the public eye forever. Were you comfortable when you would hear bizarre stuff about you, your family, Randy, whatever? Or did you know how to kind of take it? Because you're a celebrity.
I underreact to all stimulus. That's the key to my mental health. You can overreact. What do you say? You know what I mean? Or you can just chill. And I've heard horrible things about everybody. Some of the stuff I've said, I've repeated stuff about people that are innocent. It's human nature. It's gossip. Okay?
So here's some of the things we hear. I want you to react to it. Rumors about your sexuality, I guess, which comes from the Genius character, which was very flamboyant, very effeminate. Mm-hmm. So you sometimes hear things. Did any, I don't want to say promoters, did any gay men in wrestling mistake your character for your personal life and approach you?
No, not too much.
Not too much.
Not,
I guess it was commonplace in the WWF in the 80s to deal with a little bit of that, maybe.
No, wait a second. Pat Patterson, Terry Garvin were known homosexuals.
Right.
But they were not interested in men. They were interested in ring boys and things like that.
No.
See, ring boys. They don't want grizzly veterans and, But I was, as a matter of fact, when I was Leaping Lanny, and then boom, I changed to the Genius. The only penis I've ever had in my mouth is my own.
Well, that was going to be one of the rumors we were going to get to.
Well,
so I guess we could take that one right now.
Why don't you just ask?
Well, we were going to get there, and so this is true.
Yes,
we've been told this on our show, on different shows that we've done. Okay.
Yeah.
Limber or large or both?
Both. Okay, but here's the situation. It's not illegal.
I have a degree, by the way. Mm-hmm. Good. It's not illegal. No,
It's only illegal if you do it on the playground.
Oh. I didn't even know how to react to that.
And I was never on the playground with that.
Is this something you did to impress ladies that you were with? Like hey, check this out.
I had a lot
how do the boys know this?
First, I kayfabed it. okay? And nobody knew. And then I was in Raleigh, North Carolina, and there was a girl that was phenomenal. And in 1976, I had acne, and I was like, I was a little insecure about it. So there was this girl that was absolutely beautiful. Now, I don't call them arena rats. I call them groupies or something a little nicer, or wrestling fans. And I couldn't believe she wanted me. I was like intimidated. So just to show off, I said, no, not like that, like this. And she went, ah, and she laughed, and we had fun. And the next day, everybody knew everything about me. She had told the boys everything. So after that,
And it grew from there, no pun intended.
it grew from there, and I said, well, I'll own it then. And
When do you discover the skills that thing?
I think I was about 9 years old. I heard a limerick. There once was a man from Nantucket. His dick was so long he could suck it. He said with a grin as he wiped off his chin, if my ear were a cunt, I would fuck it. So I said, that seems possible. And I went to my room, and I stayed there for 5 years.
It's still there, I guess. Well, you probably didn't have much opportunity to do that because the arena rat, the groupies were so plentiful, I guess.
Not when I was 9 years old.
No, but I meant subsequent to that.
Let me tell you what, it was an excellent party trick.
No,
And I had a
I
lot of,
sometimes do magic, but I'm going to try that.
I had a lot of fun with it, but it never ceases to amaze me that the most loosely moral people, are the most vociferous detractors of that little detail in my life. So what I mean, they're trying to blow it up into something huge.
Well, apparently it is.
But I measure it like a cat's tail from the asshole to the tip. So it gives you a few more. It's a little tip that helps.
Meet the Press is coming on next. Stay there. We're going to get to it.
This is excellence in broadcasting.
Yeah, really. A rumor we hear sometimes, and this is in no way jocular, is that Randy was with an underage Stephanie. I don't know where this generated. Do we know the first time we heard this? No, from whom it came? All the boys tended to say, yeah, I heard that too, but I don't know. I never saw anything.
Well, I heard it too, from a lot of sources, especially on the internet.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of time on the internet. So, and I suffered the most humiliating rejection the other day. I'm going to be 58 years old, and my hand fell asleep. Never mind. It was humiliating. That'd be a very good question for Stephanie, since she's still alive.
Yeah.
If she wants to speak about it, I have absolutely no idea. I am 100% sure that I was not with her.
Right. But I mean, Randy had never spoken to me.
Never heard a word from. I didn't have the balls to ask Randy, so I certainly wouldn't have the balls to speak out of turn here. Although some wrestlers' balls are less plentiful, right?
Okay. Favorite road story involving King Curtis?
Yeah. Well, I was lucky enough to meet King Curtis AK in 1967 when he was at the top of his game, and I considered him to be the greatest interview in wrestling. They used to give him like 15-minute interviews. Now, when he came to the WWF, he was confined to just the window of opportunity. Yeah. So he wasn't the same. So I'll tell you,
wild man.
Here's the story about King Curtis that I love, okay? Kamala has already wrestled Leaping Lanny and gone the route, okay? And now he's worked his way up to Hulk Hogan. They're having some very good matches. And of course, King Curtis is the manager of Kamala. So they get to Los Angeles, and Sheep J. Strongbow comes in and says, well, you pay this and that, Hogan goes over. And then Curtis gets him to the side and says, this is the first time in St. Louis. He says, usually, we do a return.
Los Angeles.
I'm sorry. Los Angeles. That light's right in my eye. Sorry, it's too much data. It's our first match in Los Angeles. Usually we do something like a DQ and then come back and get that way we get another good crowd on it. Sure. And Strongbow says, "What's the matter with you? You're here on Vince's charity. Didn't you know that? Just enjoy the ride." And King Curtis says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Vince thought of me as a charity case. But thank you for telling me." And he gets on a plane and he goes to Honolulu. And when he gets to Honolulu, there's an APB out on Curtis Iakea. They met the plane there. He says, "You are to call Vince McMahon immediately." And Vince says, "Curtis, what happened?" He says, "He told me I was a charity case." He says, "You get on the next flight to San Diego," which was the next time. The poor guy flew this and that, and he says, "I will have Strongbow meet you in front of all the boys to kiss your ass." And he did. And I loved it. And that's my favorite story.
Was Strongbow a douchebag as an agent?
Yes. In a word, yes. And I'll tell you why. I was on TNT as a babyface with no gimmick except a bad perm and a bad mustache.
Is this when you were in the armor?
No. Oh, yeah, actually, I put on the armor. It was theatrical armor like you would wear if you were going to play Sir Lancelot in Camelot. And I know all the music of that too. But
Camelot.
Okay. Anyway. And I do claim to be a heterosexual. And yet I know
musical theater, which
and I love Liza Minnelli. Okay. Anyway, so I go out there, I write a poem for the occasion, and I wear the suit of armor, and I do a poem. And they go to black, which is a show business term for the commercial.
Doesn't mean S.D. Jones was the next guest. Come on.
Okay, anyway. So Vince says, "Manny, that was fantastic. From now on, you do the poem before every match." And I went, "Yes!" I didn't say that, but I was very excited. Because, it's a gimmick.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do it really badly. But then I got to Poughkeepsie, and it was Strongbow's responsibility to write the names of the wrestlers on the chalkboard for 3 hours and usually that was in the days of, you'd have King Kong Bundy be against Irving the Bedridden Jew.
Right.
His
finisher was the dreidel drop, by the way, off the third rope.
So anyway, Strongbow was giving me absolutely no help with telling me who I was going to wrestle. You get there at noon, you eat, you hang around like an idiot, and then you find out right before who you're going to wrestle, and I have to write a poem for the occasion. So I'm not getting any help. So I knew he was a douchebag. Hey, the first day I was in, then we went on the road, and I went to Tingley Coliseum in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I walk in, and Strongbow and Orndorff are yelling at each other at the top of their lungs. And Strongbow says, "Don't give me that, Gaga. I've had more main events than you've had matches." And Orndorff says, "Yeah, and it looks like it too." It's like a pretty good comeback. Mm-hmm. And so I went up politely to Strongbow, and I said, "Is it possible that I could know ahead of time so I could write a better poem, of who I'm going to wrestle?" Mm-hmm. And he goes, "I hate your gimmick." Now, I was going to say, but discretion is the better part of valor. I was going to say, it's not a gimmick. I write my own poems. You're the gimmick, you fake Indian. That's what I was going to say.
But you said
nothing. Instead, because I believe, I'm not an alcoholic, but I believe in that God give me the strength to accept things I cannot change. What else? You go to AA meetings, And the wisdom to know the difference. To change things I can.
Ignore the things I can't. And
the wisdom know the difference. So what I did, I went to the drugstore, got a 49-cent spiral notebook, and I started writing poems about every possible person I could possibly have a match with, including generic poems. So I would be prepared for anything they threw my way.
That's genius. Dare I say that?
Well, thank you. And here's what happened. This is when he knew he couldn't beat me. I didn't stooge. I didn't tell Randy, I didn't go to Vince. Wah. I just went to the 49-cent notebook, and I promise you, you know that thing where they threw me into the ring against Nikolai and Sheik and Freddie Blassie. Okay, and I was with the guy that we're going to beat, and then they threw me right in. And I'm telling you, right in. And this is syndicated national, international thing. And I said, okay, fellas, I've got you covered. And I grabbed that microphone and I say, if Volkov comes from Russia and the Sheik comes from Iran, I have a question on the minds of every single fan. Every time your mouth is open, you must put our country down. If you hate us all so much, then tell us why you're still around. There's so many boats and planes that leave our country every day, and I'd gladly buy 2 tickets just as long as they're one way, because a lot of people fought and died to keep this country free, and we're sick of seeing both your ugly faces on TV. So with Freddie Blassie at your side, just step into the ring and salute your native homeland as the Russians start to sing. And when the match is over and when the bell has sounded and the match is underway, some American inferior might kick your big red A. And right as I started saying it, unbeknownst to me, Corporal Kirshner appears and then some music starts, rousing, patriotic music, and he's going around. And it was the 3rd hour, so it's harder to pop the crowd when it's midnight. And I thought to myself, they no stopping me. They cannot beat me.
You didn't know Kirshner was going to come out with this?
I didn't know, but in show business, you got to adapt.
Yeah, sure. I want to shift gears. I want to talk about last night. 2 minutes ago. Yeah. Where were you when you got the news from Randy? You got an airport? Do I have that wrong?
I went from the airport to Dallas. I turned on my cell phone, and I was I was on my way to San Jose, California, and in order to go to a town called Norwalk, California. So I got a message on my machine, on my cell phone, and it said, "This is such and such from Largo Medical. Your brother and your sister-in-law were in a car accident, and she's banged up, and your brother's in critical condition. Please call this number." So I call this number, and I'm freaking out, and they had me on hold forever. It seemed like forever. It was probably about 10 minutes. And Lynn says, "Lanny." I said,
Lynn is his wife.
Lynn's his wife. Her name is Barbara, but Barbara Lynn Payne Poffo. "Lanny, oh my God." I said, "What happened?" "You don't know?" Which, you know what I mean? It's like, I just got word to call you. And she told me, and she started crying. I started crying, and it was all horrible. So what to do. So the first thing I did is call Jimmy Hart. And I'll tell you what, let me just say this. I didn't mean to be bad-mouthing everybody in the business here.
You did.
Well, I love Jimmy Hart, man. I'll tell you what, and if it weren't for him opening the door to the Macho Man in Memphis, and then later with Vince McMahon, because, trust me, not a lot of people were happy for Randy, but Jimmy Hart was true blue, and he's an excellent person, and I love him. And what an excellent person. Recently his daughter just passed away of cancer, and he's always been our friend, and he's one in a million. Okay, so I said, "Jimmy, Randy just died." Oh my God, what? I said, "Please call the promoter and tell him I have to come home." I'm just thinking about my mom, and then I call my daughter. I haven't called my mom yet. called my daughter, and she was crying. And then I went to the American Airlines window, and I said, I have to come home. And the woman said,
Oh.
sorry, the flight is sold out. And I said, you don't understand, my brother died. And she said, I'm sorry, but the flight's sold out. And so I pulled the star card. I said, do you know the Macho Man Randy Savage? She says, yes. I said, get your supervisor and get another seat because my mother needs to see me before the sun goes down. And she did. I mean, trust me, when they say it's a sellout, you can always sit one more if you're important enough. And, I played that card, and like I say, Jimmy Hart, he's an excellent person. People call him a one-hit wonder. How many hit songs do you have? I don't have any. Neither do you.
After tonight's performance, no one's going to believe him.
Well, okay, you're right. But Keep On Dancing by the Gentrys, that's a pretty good resume for a wrestling manager. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is I found out in Dallas, and I flew back to Tampa, and I was home to comfort my mother before sundown.
And Mom had heard already by the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she heard. She knew before I did. But I didn't want to call her until I had good news for her that I was coming home. So it was but I'll tell you what, you meet people, we've all suffered terrible tragedies and losses, and the only way to avoid it is to die young yourself. And that's no way to be. So we all share in each other's grief and make each other stronger.
Did the media handle it respectfully?
Almost all. But he died on a Friday, and then on a Monday, I drive over to my mother's house, and there's Channel 10 News, local. So I got about one drop of Macho Man's blood in me, and they found it. Because I'm the Macho Man now. I'm the survivor. So I opened the door, and they say, oh, Lanny, we're so sorry, and that she invited us in and everything. And they saw by my face that this wasn't funny. And I said, how do you live with yourself? Get your shit and go now. And they left. Can you imagine that on the day of the funeral, that they think it's entertainment to go talk to a woman who is an emotional shambles?
I believe it.
They don't love you. They don't care about anybody. They want the news, and they're a bunch of whores.
You did a significant amount of TV press when that happened. You were on all the shows, right?
Yeah,
Hannity
and people and I what's that?
Hannity. I'm just naming some of the people.
No, I was on Hannity only because of the Chris Benoit.
Oh, that was the Benoit. That's right. Okay. But you did a lot of TV and interviews after Randy.
And then Hannity had me on 2 more times, so I was 3 in a row. For the Benoit.
Not for Randy's. But
not for Randy's. No.
Okay. But let me ask you, what's Randy's legacy as a wrestler? What did he leave us most significantly?
If you bought a ticket, you didn't need a refund. Okay? And he was always on time, always clean and sober, cared about the business, cared about you having a good time. Didn't matter if it was a sellout in Madison Square Garden or Pontiac Silverdome, or if it was Paducah, Kentucky with nobody in the house, you got him outnumbered. He gave, and he gave, and he gave, and he gave, and he gave. And I think the fans knew that. And that's why they came out in record number, and he didn't perform in front of too many empty chairs.
You know what we didn't know, though? His legacy as a brother. What is that?
Okay. He was a huge part of my life, and I made him a promise that I'm not going to allow the WWE to induct him into the Hall of Fame without Angelo Poffo and Lanny Poffo. And I've already said this on other interviews, you're not getting a scoop here. But there are some smart marks out there that wear Cena sucks shirts. Cena does not suck. He may be suffering from overexposure, but he does not suck. Okay? I'm getting death threats because some fans think that I'm holding my brother hostage so I can get in the Hall of Fame. And I'm telling you that it's not true. And I am not wishy-washy. And Randy's greatest regret is that he didn't fight harder for my father to get him in that stupid battle royal. And Randy, if you're up there or down there or anywhere, I'm not going to let him down. You know? So say what you, I mean, here's the best thing about me. I don't have to be popular. You know, I don't, my daughter had a tattoo and I said, why on earth would you do that to yourself? And she said, well, I just want to be different. I said, no, you don't. You want to be different like everybody else. You know, the thing is, I'm an oddball. It's okay. But I'm following Joel Furman and I'm following Robert Kiyosaki, and I'm trying to, I do things for a reason, even if it's a bidet. Okay.
I was say you're saving a fortune on toilet paper too, and you just educated us. What the hell is the Abraham Lincoln Society?
It's going to cost you $10 a year. Are you interested? I'm just kidding. No,
membership, you mean?
I graduated high school in 1973 with Tom Schwartz, who was the curator of the Lincoln Library, and he got me involved in it, and I enjoyed it.
We have a breaking new development. The National Labor Relations Board will no longer resist Elon Musk's and Amazon's efforts to have it declared unconstitutional. This comes after Donald Trump summarily fired 3 members of the National Labor Relations Board, including its general counsel and its most senior board member, Gwen Wilcox, who is suing for wrongful termination, by the way. Because of these sudden terminations and the loss of their general counsel, the NLRB is no longer able to properly defend itself. And this might have been by design. Many of Trump's allies, including Elon Musk, have many NLRB charges against them and their companies. The lawsuit alleges, among other things, that the NLRB is unconstitutional because it has rulemaking authority and judicial power. But currently, due to Trump's firings, the NLRB isn't really in a position to make any rulings. Due to Trump's stated efforts to reduce some of these federal labor protections and return them to the states, this is probably by design. But this is a developing situation. I'm going to keep you in the loop. If you like learning about labor law, follow for more. We have a breaking new development.
Let's see here. Where am I? Wait on here. Let's see here. There's a light route I haven't lit up yet. It's way up at the top of a hill. Dang, I want to take that. Fuck, I don't have any more room for any more weapons, though. Damn, I got 8 more for the whole damn thing. Those mighty construct pose, and I don't have a picture of one. Isn't there another labyrinth somewhere? I just happen to be over by that one. Up by that light road. Let's see if I can find that last one. Oh, fuck, it's gonna be hard for me to get out of here. There's rockets. At least I can blast off out of here. Jeez, that thing felt like a rock. Didn't even glide, it just fell. Stam-a-yam, late root. Stam-a-yam. I don't know why those wings don't stick around very often, but they sure don't. These fucking wings disappear quickly.
him a letter and said, "Hey,
Pringles are a mind control experiment. No one ever eats just one Pringle, from its sleek can to its perfectly stacked chips. Is there a more sinister reason why no one can seem to resist it? Using their formula, consisting of dehydrated flakes, starch, and chemical compounds, Pringles have somehow managed to craft the perfect product for maximum addiction. But what if Pringles are never about tasting good, but rewiring your brain so you'll want more without ever knowing why? Well, you see, it might be a bit of a stretch, but around the same time, when proven mind control experiments were going on in America, Pringles just so happened to hit the shelves, and it dominated the market by suddenly becoming the most addictive potato chip product the world has ever seen. Furthermore, there is just something too perfect about it. I could be wrong, but maybe it's better to check if Pringles are a mind control experiment. No one ever eats just one Pringle, from its sleek can to its perfectly stacked chips. Is there a more sinister reason why no one can seem to resist it? Using their formula, consisting of dehydrated flakes.
thank you for the run. I appreciate working for you. However, I did buy several caps and gowns and several more.
We have a customer that just drove all the way here from Ohio, and he wants to know if we'll replace the battery in his Link to the Past before he buys it.
Those things have batteries?
I don't know, but he said they did, and the customer's always right.
Moment of truth. They do exist!
You've been selling retro games for how long now?
Since 11 a.m.
Oh, no! I hate it here. Oh, inhale smoke! Wow! These are clear. Drip, drop, go the middle.
Okay, it has a new battery. It should be good to go.
Did you test it?
Go up there.
We have a customer that just drove all...
Or wigs in good faith that I thought my gimmick was going to continue. I have the receipts here, and it came to about $667.25, something like that. I got my caps and gowns legitimately from a cap and gown manufacturer. Right. And I get them from Mr. Wrestling number 2's wife, the late Olivia. I got them from an actual. I said, "Who's the best maker of cap and gowns?" That was in Champaign, Illinois. I had the receipts, $666, something, whatever. And he didn't call me. He didn't do anything. I just got a letter from him, and in it was a check for $1,000.
Nice.
And I'll tell you something else about him. I mean, because people say horrible things. Let me say this about him. He's a hard guy not to be jealous of, so naturally people want to say horrible things so they can look in the mirror and justify their own pathetic lives. Let me say this about Vince McMahon, that after I was fired or let go or, Donald Trump, you're fired. He did a little nice phone call from Pat Patterson. He said, "How are you doing?" He said, "Pat Patterson." He says, Right. After it won't help you. Right. See, Vince was a promoter. The other guys were impersonating a promoter. They think it's easy, so they, after the fact they get the publicity. Well, that's not going to help you this show, will it? So we went to Auckland. We laid an egg. We did about 8 towns, Rotorua, Wellington. I loved every minute of it. Every inch of it was a threat to my life because it was all through this and that, and there was nothing stopping you from certain depth besides sticks and string. They didn't have actual, guardrails. And it was raining, and we were driving too fast over the wrong side of the road because it's New Zealand. Right. So anyway, but I lived to tell about it, and then I got home, and then the phone rings, and it's Vince McMahon's secretary. Says, "Oh, Lanny, did your check bounce yet?" And I said, "No, it will." But Vince says that even though it's not a World Wrestling Federation sponsored event, because he is the one that allowed them to book you, he's going to make the checks good. And I said, "Really?" I didn't know the check would bounce, and I didn't know the checks would be good. Right. 3 days later, $2,000 came to the door. And I thought to myself, integrity. There are some people that think Vince doesn't have any. I'd like for them to hear that story. And you may say, well, he's rich, he can do it. Business was lousy then, may I tell you. That was when it all hit the fan about the steroids. Right. That was when the talent was going down. That was right before the WCW was doing, robbing the talent from Vince and everything. So I'm just saying, no, business was lousy. It's just that every time in the 7 years that I knew him, he had a chance to take the high road or the low road. He always chose the high road.
Wind up in WCW.
I never actually made it to the WCW.
Right. A lot of the guys actually point to your kind of contract as what was wrong with WCW, and how do you respond to that?
They're 100% right. As a matter of fact, this is probably the only thing that I agree with Ole Anderson about. See, when he was the booker or the owner or whatever, he always treated the boss's money like it was his own. Where the people in the WCW, they abused and irresponsibly handled Ted Turner's money. Now, that was before, I guess, they merged with AOL or, back when they were the, I don't remember the chronological order of everything, but Ted Turner, in wrestling, when it was just Ted Turner, wrestling was just like an ancillary part of his empire of cable television. Okay? So if he showed a loss, there was no big whoop. But when he had to be accountable to AOL or whatever, it doesn't look good on the balance sheet. Now, you had people in the WCW that were in charge of making decisions that were letting money hemorrhage from the company. Now, as an individual, I am a successful man because it's not what you make, it's what you save. Let me make a little example. If you have a bucket and there's no hole in the bucket, it doesn't matter if I have an eyedropper. Slowly but surely, I will win. I will fill my bucket, and I will live in abundance instead of scarcity. However, and in the case of a multitude of wrestlers, Ric Flair included, and I'm saying it only because I read his book, where he was actually rougher on himself than he was on knocking anybody else. He was actually degrading himself by telling the truth. He was very, very honest in the book, and it was very introspective. But Ric Flair, who has done nothing in this business except succeed, has a larger bucket than me, and is filling it up with some type of fire. You've had your hole in the bucket. Uncle Sam says now, and we're not impressed with the fact that you're a big deal wrestling star. It's like you're going to be prisoner of your own death.
Watch thousands of exclusive shoot interviews right now on TitleMatchNetwork.com.
Land on one of television's most acclaimed shows, The Sopranos. The competition for the role of Richie was fierce.
Okay, so actually to get there, we're going to want to go very wide around. We're still going to activate one of these little dudes, but it's better to activate one that's really easy to avoid than like all of them. Here, it's going to be the easiest one to avoid because it literally doesn't get activated until we're right next to it, which might be like, that's bad. Yeah, we're literally just going to be like out of its line of sight before it can even start its targeting program. I do like how they kind of recreated the bridge from Twilight Princess over there, the Hylian Bridge. That's also a nice touch. It's a little bit different because it has, let's see here. Oh. Let me see if I can show you. It has that little part in the middle, but in Twilight Princess, if I remember correctly, I think the middle gets blown up anyway, so you can see it as like a retrofit or repair. So you can still see it in line with the Twilight Princess timeline. So this isn't really in line with any of the timelines, but it's also in line with all of the timelines because that's just, they kind of didn't want to like restrict themselves to the whole timeline thing still. Give me the little dude. Okay. Once we catch up to where we were, we will probably be like reading again and like actually paying attention to what's happening. I just don't want to do that because I'm just a little pissed. Well, I can't run, so. Woo! Okay, I can run. The time of it getting activated gave me enough time to. I literally ran past it like an idiot. Okay. I ran past the shrine. There we go. No, that guy won't be a problem later. We can just run by him like we just did anyways. See here? Yeah, if we got this none, we activate on the way to the shrine. It's getting out of the shrine. Actually, we're going to go back the other way, so we won't be having to deal with that guy at all. It's cool, chat. Everything's fine. Now, this is the bombs. We can kill ourselves very easily with the bombs because they are explosive. Go figure. We have to be careful here. This we will have to take a little slow after kind of rushing through everything because we died.
True ending. What the hell does that mean? True ending.
Okay. Daisy Shrine. Okay, so there's one on the cliff, and then there's one in the snow area. Like right deep in the snow area. We can teach you that. The snow is cold, bro. Thank you, game. Good to know. I can't remember if the heat in this game. Of course, like Death Mountain will hurt you from like the high heat, but I don't think the heat, like the desert heat, does passive damage. I think it just drains your stamina more quickly. I could be wrong about that though. Okay, thank you. Really, I just want to grab some fairies before the end of the game.
You're not even American. Why am I bothering? No one knows.
I would vote for Obama.
You would. You like him.
Follow
Just follow up with this. It's going real good. It's going in the time capsule.
So why'd you want to come here and tell Howard your story? Did you like him?
If the battery on your work truck ever dies and there's no one around to jump you, here's a great tip to get you back on the road. All right, you're only going to need 3 things for this to work. Some jumper cables, a power tool battery, and some sort of conductor. In this case, I'm using nails. All right, next we're going to take our conductor. I'm going to take 2 of them off here. And we're going to stick them in the positive and negative terminal of the battery here. Now, I'm using Milwaukee because that's the only thing you should be using. If you happen to have DeWalt or something else with blade connectors, this is going to work for you. Throw one in a negative terminal here, and throw the second one in the positive terminal. Now, this goes without saying, when you hook these jumper cables up to these, don't let them touch. All right, and just to show you this is really dead, I'm going to give it a few cranks here. And let's see, it's dead. We're going to do this all in one take so you can see what's going on here. All right. Take your cables, hook them up. If you don't know how to hook up jumper cables, then definitely shouldn't be doing this for sure. All right. Negative, positive. Most people don't know this. Hook to your dead battery first. It's not essential. It's just best practice. If you hook to your dead battery, and these are flopping around, touching each other, they're not going to do much. All right. Positive to positive, negative to negative. You want to set them on in a way that's going to grip well on the nail, but not touch each other. This will get you started. Yeah, nice little spark there. All right. I heard the truck try to come alive a little bit. There you go. So, you don't want to crank too much. I've actually melted these nails before. They bent over under the weight of the jumper cables on them because they got so hot. So, don't be cranking it and cranking it. Once you're jumped, take it off. Inspect your battery for any damage. We're looking pretty good, man. Nothing crazy, nothing melted. Pull these out before you get in trouble, and you're good to go. If the battery on your work truck ever dies, there's no one around to jump you. Here.
Unreal.
The moment this song was released, she wasn't supposed to be on it. You remember this song just based upon the picture, but you don't remember what happened to her. One day, he called her up with an offer of a lifetime because originally it was only supposed to be him on the song. His name's Gautier, by the way, but he felt like something was missing. The song was called Somebody That I Used to Know, and it was about a breakup, but he felt like he was only telling the guy's perspective of it, so he found someone to tell the girl's perspective. So he asked Kimbra. Actually, she wasn't supposed to be on the song. He went and asked Katy Perry first, but she said no. So then he asked Kimbra, but there was a catch. She needed to look like Katy Perry, sound like Katy Perry, and pretend to be Katy Perry on the song. That's why when you heard it on the radio, everyone thought it was Katy Perry, and compared to all her other music, this was like night and day. And to this day, Katy still says she regrets not being on the song, but did she really need to? Kimbra did the song so well, it was a hit, triple platinum. It won Grammys, became global, but remember what I told you. She wasn't supposed to be on the song, and his vision wasn't for the song to blow up. Actually, he hated the spotlight so much and didn't care about the money that only 1 year after making the song, he quit making music under the name Gautier and instead moved on to making rock and roll music with his OG band that's way less popular. But what does that have to do with her? Remember, he didn't care about the money portion of the song, so he didn't put ads on the music video, and the licenses for the song were for free use, so anyone could use the song. If you wanted to use it in your school presentations, you can because the licenses were free. But again, what does this have to do with her? She still released the song. She should be making bank off of royalties.
I guess triple platinum,
because the song was made using samples from a bunch of other songs. So whatever money they made, 45% 25% of it was taken away from samples alone. And still needed to be split between her, him, and the rest of the writers, all while he's basically just giving money away. So somebody I used to know in her other music wasn't enough to sustain her over time, and she needed alternative forms of income. So she decides to release NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens or online art that's super bad for the environment, and a lot of people look at them as scams. And in her case, it was because her fans didn't get what they paid for, and she tricked them into buying her Patreon and then ending it right after. She apologized crying because she was just trying to find ways to earn an income, but this wasn't a good way to go about it. And because her label paid for her next album thinking it was going to go big, but went triple cardboard, she never got as big again. And the fact that she still hasn't had another hit, she's now just somebody that we used to know.
Oh, jeez.
The moment this song was released,
wow. Whoa. Fuck, I flew the wrong fucking way. Shit. Well, that sucks. I can't believe I flew the wrong way. Damn it. Son of a biscuit. I can't believe I flew the wrong way. This wing should be breaking any second here. Why didn't this wing fall apart? Oh, what the hell? Usually they drop like a fucking rock. There isn't another one coming up anywhere either. What the hell? Actually, there's one over there. That's about the only one, too. Shit. No way, that thing could be anywhere over there. Oh, fuck it. Guess I'm walking. Brake cab. Oh, this one wasn't on the map at all. Can't take the hot air balloons along. Why not? Well, because they're chained to the ground. Well, that didn't work very well. Whoa, never been down here? No, I was down there, wasn't I? Swear I was. Shit. I swear I was in there before. Swear I was in there once before. Wasn't supposed to jump that fucking way. Just barely made it. Don't matter because it's gonna have fucking rockets on that anyways. Shit. Jeez, there's another one over there yet, too? Fuck. This is not going to take off now because it doesn't have rockets. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. There's no rockets, but there's a sled. Should be enough fans to get it up off the ground. Turn. There's another one. Yeah, I've been to this one. Oh, no, maybe not. Well, I guess maybe I haven't been. Fuck is it? I just saw it. There it is. I was gonna say I just saw it. hell's all that shit? It's not gloom. Huh. Where did my plane land? There it is. Might be able to get it up here, maybe. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Shit. I guess if you get it up there, bring it over here. Fuck, there's somewhere to take off in it, though. Ah, just barely didn't make it. Fuck. Just fucking barely didn't clear the tree, damn it. Try this once more. Oh, come on. You son of a bitch, come on. It's just fucking stuck there. It's just taking my fucking life away. Fucking gloom. I'm going in this anyway. Girl, really? That's why the Bloopies burrow? Is that what's up? Where are they? Oh, I see one. I see two. Oh, I see them. They are down here. Steering stick. All the parts are floating in this mode. Wow, the bloopies are down here. Huh. I found the spot where the bloopies chill. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them, man. They're all over the place. Ah, shit. You fuckers. Fucking assholes. Trying to chill with the bloopies, you assholes. Oh, man. Come on, guys, get them. Oh, you fuckers, come on. Sit there and watch them hit me? The fuck good are you two? Come on. Jeez. You know, I don't want them two to do anything. They sure are active. When I want them to do something, they fucking stand there and watch me get hit. It's kind of neat, though. It's kind of a cool idea. Scared those two away. Fuck. Was on top of them, scared them off. All kinds of holes in there. Oh, dear. Where'd he go? We ran out that way. Dang it. Kind of a cool idea, though. Oh, I missed. Got him. Oh, he's still running. Damn. Yeah, that one ran for a long way. Cool idea, though. Little bloopies down here. That's kind of cool. Treasure chest, though, just a crystallized charge, huh? That's it. It's all for the bloopies, huh? Pretty cool, though. It's kind of a neat idea. Stupid moblins. Stupid. Shoot, you scared them off. Scared them off. That was kind of a cool idea. Nothing with this tree though. Nothing, nowhere to make an offering or anything. Alright. I swear I was in that water before. I swear I was. Maybe I come back. I don't know.
All right, so we're in a place called Hard Off. It's like a thrift store in Japan. I found an Xbox 360 for 550 yen. That's about $3. The reason why I'm looking at this thing is because if you guys know the Blades dashboard that was really rare and sells for like a ton of money on eBay, it was discontinued on, I think it was November 19th of like 2008. This was manufactured in 2006. So we're going to take a gamble. I got all the cords here, every connector that I need, and I'm going to get this USB controller. And we're going to see if this thing still has that old dashboard for like $6. Let's go. So we hooked up the Xbox. We got a converter for HDMI that costs more than the Xbox with the cables and the controller. Let's see. The fact that it turns on is unbelievable for $3. And then we should get a picture. Yes. Yes. Let's see what we have. Is it the old dashboard or what? Oh my god, it's one of the old so this isn't the Blade dashboard, but this is the one before the oh my gosh, wait, this is the one before the really obnoxious white update. Hold on, where's the controller? They ended up getting a supposedly used Xbox 360 controller, but this thing is pretty much brand new. Look at this dashboard though. This is what the Xbox looked like, the Xbox 360 looked like when I first got into it. Also, the screen has this weird red thing in the recording. That's not actually what it looks like. It looks like this 100% in real life. Also, I changed the language to English, which is why it looks a little different from when you initially saw my reaction in that last clip. You can literally just go to your system settings, go to language, and change it. So although this is not the Blades dashboard that I was actually hoping for, it is actually, if I come down to system info, this dashboard update is 2.0.7357.0. And if I'm not mistaken, this is what's called the NXE dashboard. But the reason why this is such a big deal is because if you update your dashboard, you can never actually go
go back to any of the old ones. Once you update, this is just gone forever. And ones like these are becoming increasingly more difficult to find, of course. But to make it even more difficult, these older Xbox 360 models were super prone to failing. I think the failure rate was like 50%. It was absolutely ridiculous. And I'm sure a ton of you have heard about the Red Ring of Death. That was a super scary thing at the time. But even on top of that, these old Xbox models are also used for JTAGs. If you don't know what that is, it's pretty much just a modded console, and they were super sought after at the time. Add all those together, and you got yourself a console that can resell online today for a pretty dang solid price. But I somehow managed to get a working one in the junk section of a hard-off in Japan for 1,105 yen. That is $7.29. Unbelievable. Basically.
You got tased awake by an assistant?
Yeah, very.
I'm getting tired.
Awakening. The quick story is I woke up.
Oh!
Feels like someone's you. It never really happens, but I look over and someone's in the doorway looking at me like the shadow, and I go, "Holy shit!" You know, jump up. It's still dark out. I'm like dreaming. And he goes, "Hey," didn't want me to wake up. Yes, and he's, "Hey, oh, the alarm."
Oh, does that stink? Holy shit.
Oh, you startled me.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. What's going on? Where are you?
Here, where do you think I am?
Oh, I don't know. What's up?
Nothing. What's that?
Nothing. Having a cigarette. Why? What? What's the matter?
Who's that? Samus, who's that? Who's that? Who's that?
Thoughts on Ultimate Warrior? Your memories on him?
Well, he got over big time. He ran to the ring, shook the rope, did the thing, and it worked. He had all the visuals. He was a stunning looking man. He looked like a comic strip character. They say that, of course, he was a great intercontinental champion, but they say when he got the world belt, he didn't draw. I was there. That's true. He didn't. However, he was an asset to the World Wrestling Federation, and perhaps the role of world champion could have been too much for him at the time. But at least it seemed like capable shoulders at the time, because his character was a little bit one-dimensional. And I realize that when I say that, you're listening to a one-dimensional character. So it's pot calling the kettle black. I have a below-average physique in wrestling. He had the ultimate physique in wrestling, but my ability was on the microphone. And You know, we all play our aces. I'd say the Macho Man has it all. He has the work, the look, the ability in the ring, this and that, and the indefinable je ne sais quoi. Plus, he had another something. He had the lovely Elizabeth, which gave it the love-hate thing. And then, where are you going? I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
No, it's okay. Was there any bitterness ever between you and your brother since that you were now working with Hogan again with Kurt, and he was like under working with Duggan?
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, my brother had more matches with Hulk Hogan than any other person in history. And no, there was no bitterness. How could there be bitterness when what they said, okay, I'm sorry, Rick Rude, okay? What Rick Rude said was true. If it wasn't for the Macho Man and his friendship at the time with Hulk Hogan, I'm sure that I would not even have been part of the equation. And having said that, is that so bad? Yes, friends, there is politics. Sometimes it works with you, sometimes against you. But during the lean years, I persevered. And during the fat years, I also persevered.
Did you see potential in Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart at this time? Did you think they were going to be a big part of WWF in the future?
Yeah. They're both excellent workers. Why not? I mean, why shouldn't they get a break? I mean, I know that there's been a lot of allegations saying who's the best, this or that, blah, 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 blah. Like it matters which octogenarian is a better worker at this stage of the game. I'm not interested in that. They were all great. And each one was an individual. So who's to say what's better, an apple or an orange or a cassava melon? It's all good. You know, so let's just say that, I mean, why get, I'm talking about the Flair Bret Hart situation, or Flair's book, they knocked Mick Foley,
right,
or this and that. You know something? Mick Foley threw his body off a cage and landed and knocked himself out and went to the hospital. Wouldn't you say that the price he paid for wrestling was enormous? And how can you criticize it by saying he's just a stuntman? He really isn't just a stuntman. He's a lot more than just a stuntman. He had a personality that the fans loved, no matter which gimmick he had. He got over it in a myriad of ways. He was an asset to the business. If he came back to the business, he'd be great again. I'm not really interested in knocking success because that makes me feel like a failure. Render under Caesar. You know, give the devil his dues.
I was actually going to ask you about Flair. How did Flair fit into the picture?
Which picture?
When he came into the company.
The company, the World Wrestling.
Yeah, the World Wrestling Federation.
To me, it was excellent. Why wouldn't one of the greatest workers that ever lived, arguably,
right.
Well, actually, one of takes the argument out of it. The only argument would be the greatest worker that ever lived. Well, I don't think there's such a thing as the greatest worker that ever lived. I think that people bring something to the table, okay? And some people bring more, some people less. And since it's a matter of opinion, let's go back to the two words objective and subjective. Like we can prove who the fastest human in the world is. The clock will prove it. But we can't prove, like, for example, we both meet a girl. You think she's beautiful, I think she's a dog. It's the same girl. Okay? So it's like a matter of opinion. Whatever rolls your socks up may not. What to say that what looks funny to you may not look gorgeous to me. So let's all get along. I mean, this is, and the only thing, I read Rick book, and by the way, when I say that, I mean Keith Elliott Greenberg's book, because he's the writer, you know.
Right.
The only guy that wrote his own book is myself and Mick Foley. But when I wish that, I love Ric Flair, but I wish he had never mentioned these two words, Owen Hart. Because unless he was to do it reverently and with his hat off, instead of using it to talk about stuff that doesn't matter. Because in the final analysis, it's a horrible situation of what happened to him. He's a victim of the worst luck a man can have. And let's not mention his name and let's just say something nice. I mean, please. I mean, why do you want to get petty when the stakes are so high and the family is still bruised? And why bring it up again unless it's to heal, not hurt?
Watch thousands of exclusive shoot interviews right now on TitleMatchNetwork.com.
That picture, so sharp.
98-inch Samsung. Best Buy installed it.
This must be the place to watch Super Bowl 59. Are those my lucky cleats?
What if you could elevate game day with a Samsung TV from Best Buy?
What?
Business taxes was always
A little bit.
consuming.
Sure.
That belonged to the god Odin. Others claimed it was the warhound of Thor. But I've never seen any of these mentioned in any of the Norse sagas. Its fiery red eyes are sometimes described as just one big red eye in the middle of its head, like a cyclops. If you are unfortunate enough to see its eye, it is considered a sign or warning that your death is only 1 year away. The black shark still remains a mystery, and is even still referenced to this day. The last legend today is also perhaps the weirdest. In the county of Devon, there is a stretch of road in Dartmoor that is haunted by a ghost. However, it is no ordinary ghost. The stories call them the Unseen Hands, or
Rare images that'll make you say, damn, that's rare. The Clathris archeri, also known as the devil's fingers fungus, looks like an alien creature erupting from an egg. It's known to smell like putrid flesh. The Black Panther 2 robot dog uses biomimetic joints inspired by the Jerboa desert rodent to run at 10 meters per second. A cow, dog, and a human trying to stay warm in the cold weather in India. This is the moment Starship blew up upon re-entry. This wet floor sign is a banana peel. This TV screen protector is perfect for preventing any type of damage to your TV, especially if you have children, while also preserving the clarity of the screen. Rare photos of Oak Ridge, the secret atomic city that fueled the Manhattan Project. This is the first photograph ever taken from 1826. The Villarrica volcano in Chile erupting during a storm, captured by Martini Fotografia. A precariously balanced rock from Colorado Springs. This piece of bacon someone cooked looks like California. The Martin Marietta Sprint missile, a 2-stage nuclear-tipped ABM, accelerating and reaching Mach 10 in about 5 seconds. It's glowing white-hot due to adiabatic compression. The turkey vulture, a bird that spits acid up to 10 feet and poops antiseptic onto its legs. This is what termites do to paper money. Scientists discover fossilized rainforest in a coal mine. This incredibly genius hotel room design with a transparent toilet door. In 1978, Scott Scurlock sold enough methamphetamine to buy land in Olympia, where he built a treehouse with a fireplace, bathtub, and retractable ladders. He then went on to become the Hollywood Bandit, robbing at least 8...
What'd you say? Oh, God, fuck, I don't know what time it was, like 8 o'clock or something. Long
Banks
time
before he
ago.
was cornered by FBI agents and took his own life on November 28,
Yeah, a long time ago.
1996. Some shrapnel from the SpaceX rocket washed up on the Turks and Caicos Islands beaches. This man halts a charging elephant in Thailand, an incredible show of observation hockey. The Cagliari airport in Italy does not have a gate 17, since 17 is an unlucky number in Italy. A collection of all the geographic South Pole toppers ever since 1984. This pilot's POV while landing seems scary at first until you realize that it's sped up. A list of Frank Sinatra's dressing room requirements. This dude's safe survived a wildfire with all of its contents intact. Sediment from the LA wildfires sank to the bottom of this person's swimming pool. When this puppy curls up in a ball to sleep, she has a big heart on her side. The final boss of Jenga. A Texas-themed bar in Tokyo, Japan. The size of the strawberry. The motel room has a copy of the Bhagavad Gita in addition to the Bible. This is what happens when a curious worker lights up some foam rolls covered in butane. Don't worry, no one was hurt.
Whoa.
Rare images that'll make...
What an idiot. Why would he do that? That dude got fired for sure. What a moron.
Talk a little bit about Andre. What was he like to work with, and was he miserable at the end of his run?
Andre was very miserable most of the time in the 80s, since 1985. When I met him, he was working for the Sheik and then on for Amarillo, Texas for the Funks.
Right.
Andre was actually one of the great workers. So great that he'd have been wrestling on top of people 5'10" tall. That's how great he was. But in 1985, I was almost taller than him. I mean, he has a 500-pound skeleton, but he was bubble butt, swayed back, and he was all hunched over like that. And it was sad to see. So I'm in the dressing room in Buffalo, New York. There's a snowstorm. I hadn't said hello to Andre because he hadn't said hello to me yet. He was so miserable and he was in horrible pain. And I can imagine that the pain that a giant has is indescribable. I would just think that they have bigger pain than small people.
Right.
I don't know. I guess everybody's pain, the difference between a major heart attack and a minor heart attack is a major heart attack is if it happens to me, a minor heart attack is what you get. You know. So in other words, whose pain are we measuring? I'm in the dressing room in Buffalo, New York, and Andre is sadder than usual. There's a snowstorm outside. We're very early because if we didn't get in there early, we wouldn't have got in there at all.
Whoa.
And he has no playing cards.
What
And
the
that's all
hell
Andre wanted
caused
to
that
do in this dressing room was
explosion?
play
Holy
cards.
shit.
So I decided, like underdog, when Andre's in trouble, I am not slow. It's hip, 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 and away I go. I went up the stairs and I saw approximately 10 female groupies. And I could range them in looks from a couple of 10s, jacks are better, 9, 9, 8, 8s, blah, 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 blah. I took the ugliest one. And I went up to her because of supply and demand, and I don't mean to be cruel. And I said, "Hi, I'm Lenny Poffo, and I have a problem." She says, "What can I help you with? What can I do?" If I had gone to the pretty girl, she would have told me to go have sex with myself or something because of supply and demand. I just know human nature. If you want something done, go to the road less traveled. Go to the one that least likely to, be involved in something like that. I said, "Here's $10. I don't know Buffalo. Please, Andre is downstairs and he needs a deck of cards. And step lively because time is wasting and he's miserable." I give her the $10. She comes back about 2 minutes before she left. That's what attitude is. And she says, "Here." And she was so happy. And it wasn't an ordinary deck of playing cards, my friend. It was Bicycle, the finest brand in the world. Okay? Not some off-brand.
Right.
Bicycle playing cards, a trademark. So then we had an argument. I tried to let her keep the change. She tried to give me back the change. I said, "Please, you've just gone in the snowstorm, risking your life. The change is yours. As a matter of fact, I should pay you more money." She said, "Okay, no time to waste." I gave her the money. And I said, "Andre,
voila. He looks at me and he teared up. And he goes, Merci beaucoup, monsieur. And he grabbed me. And when he put his bananas around my head, he had me. There was no getting away. This wasn't Gene Anderson. This was Andre. Whoa. They looked like, wow, that was just one hand. So from then on, my name was Boss Man to him. Now, yes, he was in horrible pain. It was brutal to watch him. But you have to understand about Andre. He loved wrestling. And you know what else he loved? He always kept a videotape of the Princess Bride in his bag. And whenever he'd go to any hotel, he'd insist that there was VCR. And he'd always play that. He loved that movie. And he should be proud of it because he did a fantastic job. And that's what made him happy, the fact that he did the Princess Bride. And when people came to his room, he'd play that for them. Even if you see it 100 times.
He'd still show you.
Yes.
Did you see him drink a lot all the time?
Yes. But don't forget, the same thing that would give me a buzz wouldn't give him a buzz.
Right, you'd have to drink
So
a
he
lot.
had to drink copious amounts and mass quantities in order to get in other words, whatever killed Elizabeth wouldn't give him a buzz. Right. Elizabeth weighed 85 pounds.
Going back to King Curtis, he had some stories about
Yes,
King Curtis.
I do. But may I say that it was Rick Martel that told me the story about King Curtis. Okay? So this is once removed. I've been to New Zealand, but I wasn't there in the room at this time.
Owie.
If you're familiar with the career of Ricky Martel, he was one of the biggest stars that ever hit Hawaii, New Zealand. Actually, every place he's ever been, he's been a great star. And he's a phenomenal person, too. And he and his wife, Joanna, have recently adopted a beautiful Chinese daughter from the People's Republic of China. Are you aware of what happens to an orphan in that country?
I don't. If it's a girl.
It's a girl.
Yeah, I think they don't want girls. Basically.
Basically, they're slaves for snacks for the rest of their lives. Okay, and instead of that, she's going to have the best that life has to offer because someone loved her enough to rescue. I mean, you can't change the whole world, but you can take one little girl and be that miracle.
What do you say? They're slave for sex? Is that what you said?
Not slave for sex, slave for snacks.
Okay.
In other words, they get, well, no, there is such a thing as slave. As a matter of fact, the Filipinos were treated. Yeah, I read it too.
Yeah.
No, there is such a. That's why you.
That's why I was asking.
That's why you're asking, and and that's true. But no, what they do is they just put them to work and they just feed them anything, and they're not really interested in their fulfillment.
Right.
Where Rick and Joanna are going to make sure that she has all the best, and I think it's a beautiful story. In other words, everybody says, "God, give me a miracle." Well, that's not it. It's God, make me the miracle. Make me the gift. That's the secret to life. I read Og Mandino. I read Dr. Wayne Dyer. I read Deepak Chopra. I'm trying to become a better person. Anyway, okay, let's get back to King Curtis. Curtis was like a fantastic star in Hawaii. Every place he had the gift. You know that. He had the interview, he had the work, he had the look. But he had already burned his bridge with Steve Rickard, the promoter from New Zealand, many times. He had double-crossed him with Mark Lewin and this and that. I mean, I don't want to go on and on, but you know how it is. He had already... Now he found himself in a situation where he had burned his bridges in so many places. He needed a job. And Rickard was angry with him. And even though he knew that Curtis was phenomenal talent and drew nothing but money wherever he went because he had the gift. And of course, Ricky Martel was the greatest babyface and beloved. So they put him on some insulting salary of $500 a week, which was ridiculous, yet sometimes one eye is king in the valley of the blind, and when supply and demand goes against you, you take what you can get. So
one eye is king of the
Martel
blind.
and he, you can imagine how great it was. They tore the house down. Boom, 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 boom. Juice too, and this and that. outside of the ring, chairs, everything. They come back to the dressing room, and Curtis was a little older by then, and Martel was in his prime. And Rickard comes into the dressing room and he says, he criticized the match, and there was no criticizing a match like that. It was two of the greatest workers in the country. I mean, and let me go back. When Rick Martel told me the story, he didn't put himself over. I am putting him over. I am taking the liberty to embellish. Rick Martel does not talk like that, like I'm the greatest. But I'm telling you, I know Rick Martel. I know what a great heel and babyface he is, what a great champion he was, what a great individual he is. So I don't want to make you understand that I'm, just because the story's twice removed, I didn't want you to think that Rick says that, you know, he's the most, he's humble, he's got humility, and he doesn't talk like that. He's got genuine confidence. He doesn't have to brag. Right. Okay? So they raise the roof. They get back to the dressing room. The boys say, hey, that was great. The Rickard comes in and starts criticizing unmercifully King Curtis. And Curtis is out of breath, and he's bleeding, and he's sweating, and he's listening to it. And he just takes it. And after Rickard leaves the room, he says in that Curtis voice, when does he run for $500 a week? Harley race? And of course, Rickard could hear him because that's how loud he was. But what a great story, huh? Yeah.
Watch thousands of exclusive shoot interviews right now on TitleMatchNetwork.com.
Apartments.com has helped millions of renters find their places, and they all have a special place in my heart, which is why I keep a picture of each and every one of them in my wallet. Get in there. Holy crap. Wow. Oh, hey, I know all these people. There's Sally, and there's Billy.
Oh, you know you can put these on your phone, right?
And miss all this.
Why does Ganondorf die at the end of Twilight Princess? At the end of Twilight Princess, we do our best impression of a British person and stab Ganon, after which we get a strange cutscene with Zant, where eventually Ganondorf dies. What's going on here? Well, if we use Ocarina of Time as an example, as long as Ganondorf has the Triforce of Power, he cannot die. This also seems to be the case during the execution scene earlier in Twilight Princess. However, the Triforce can be forced out of someone, like we see at the end of Wind Waker. The only qualifier seems to be that the holder must be incapacitated in some way. For regular old people like Link, this can be getting punched really hard. But for a powerhouse like Ganondorf, you need to dispel all of his magic power to do this. Luckily, the Master Sword is really good at doing exactly that, and it's currently rammed through Ganondorf's chest. Then, in his final moments, Ganondorf reaches out to the only source of his power left, Zant. But ultimately, he is denied, meaning that he has no power left to keep him alive. Why does Ganondorf die at the...
Calm.
Always make sure you have leverage before you make any decisions in wrestling. Woo, lights go on. Now I'm on the toilet in Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Vince Sr. and Vince Jr. walks in. They don't see me, but I see their feet at the latrine. Right. They're doing their whiz thing. My feet go up. Because they're talking about me. And Vince Jr. is saying, why do we bring George in all the time and take such good care of him? Financially and everything. Right. Vince Sr. says, because it's a good deal. How's that? He says, we bring him in for 3 months. We sell out all over the Northeast. He leaves. We don't have to keep paying him in New York because the other guys, when they get beat, they're still paying him top money. Right. So they're making a lot of money. He says, we don't have to pay him that money all the way through while he's going around. We pay him big time for 3 months and he's out of here. We don't have to worry about him until next year. And he comes in, we can do it all over again. We've been doing it at that time, it's like 7 years. So why would we quit? Anyway, he's the best deal we got going. Leverage. Right. Bingo.
Wow. Were you surprised around this period of time? This is when Vince was pretty much taking over all the different territories and they were getting pretty popular. Were you surprised at how This was pretty much becoming a monopoly at the time.
No. I go back to the Eddie Ironhorn story I was telling you about when they went to competition.
Right.
Vince was in the car at that time. I was riding with Vince Senior and Vince Junior. Now Vince Senior was really beside himself. That's when Vince Senior started doing TV on Channel 9.
Yeah.
So because he used to be on a Spanish station midnight.
Right.
And he started doing Channel 9 to compete with Ironhorn. But when he knocked Ironhorn out of the box, he still had Channel 9 to move the story forward. Vince did not start the war. The NWA first came into Baltimore and was talking about they were going to come into New York, so on and so forth. But Vince, because of the Ironhorn thing, was itching for a fight. He was really itching for one, the kid.
Right.
And so when they come in there,
they did the Meadowlands. They did Flair Steve-O there.
They did the Meadowlands, but before that, they did the first one was Baltimore.
Right.
Baltimore, then they did the Meadowlands. They were talking about the Gardens and the whole bit. That's when Vince took the mitts off and he started buying their talent, everybody else's talent. It was a whole new ball game. And that's when that's when I became a cartoon character. I mean, now we're not wrestling. We're just selling tickets any way we could.
Well, did you notice Vince changed personality-wise as the company got more successful?
That's a great question. The changes that I saw in him were necessary. He tried to be one of the boys, and Vince don't know this to this day. When Vince first became part of the WWF, working for his dad as a little kid before he was even an announcer.
Right.
And then the announcer from the ring, the TV guy from Pittsburgh. What was his name? He did all the TV in Pittsburgh for Bruno. Great TV announcer. They brought him into Pittsburgh, from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia to do it here. And the name will come to me in a minute. And he asked, lo and behold, after about a year of doing the TV in Philadelphia, he asked for a raise. Vince Senior fired him instead of giving him a raise and brought Junior in. Everybody loved this guy. I can't think of his name right now. I love him. I can't think of his name. It'll come. Anyhow, everybody loved him. So when Vince came in to replace him, everybody hated him. Benny, Brad, the boss's kid, getting the break, and we lost, a lot of heat on him. And Vince Jr. learned the promotion business from Ernie Roth. When he first started running and doing towns up in Cape Cod in that area.
Right.
Ernie Roth was his partner, and he taught him how to promote via the old man. Every time they rode together, it was Chief, at this point, wants to become involved in promotion, Strongbow, and the new band. And he's bumping him to get all the information to get how to work a man. That's how he's learning how to work a man.
Right.
The old man come to me. He said, so much, and I was always pulling ribs, and it was in and out, and I was really had a great relationship with the talent before I became an agent. And he asked me, he says, could you get some of the heat off my kid, off the Junior? So I started inviting him to my little parties, my little get-togethers, and bing. One night we had, Patera was in the room, 3 or 4 heels, a couple of baby faces. Vinny was there with us, having a few beers. And they might have been smoking something that I wasn't smoking.
Right.
We just kicked back in the room. And this guy come in with one of the wrestlers, with his girlfriend, Jewish guy. And he was acting like he knew it all. And he walked in, he said, now Vince, no respect for boys this time. This is when it switched right now. I knew it was all a show. You guys all big together and all buddies. But this is when kayfabe was strong. Vince came off the bed that he was sitting on, never touched the ground. How they had the guy through the door, was going to throw him over the second deck on the cars. And Kim Patera caught him. He would kill the guy probably. But at that point, he became the real deal because he was protecting kayfabe. And that was very huge back in those days. And kayfabe was never, ever ran by the promoters. That was the boys' deal. It was our business. We never wanted the promoters to have our business. And if you're coming in to screw my business, you got to deal with me. So when he did that, he became more popular with the wrestlers. The word went around right away that he protected kayfabe, and then he was accepted.
Wow.
Then later on, he wanted to be one of the boys, and that's when he screwed up. It was a big party, and there was cops coming. They found out, no, you can't be one of the boys. You got to be the boss.
Is that when I think Bret Hart was telling us about that story? They give him finishes and stuff on the bed, I think.
On the what?
they went in somebody's hotel room and a lot of the boys were giving Vince the finishes?
Probably the same night.
How did you burn a bridge with Vince? Was it the Nitro appearance?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We never talked.
What is it with you and the damn coffee pot, Mika?
Really.
Coffee pot goes on, you start screaming. Why?
When they decided to
Well, why?
I felt like Vince owed me a phone call. Just again,
why?
It's principle with me. Principles are very important. Vince had Jim, what's his name?
Oh, why is it? Tell me.
Jim Ross.
Why is it the coffee pot turns on and you start yelling?
They were kind of done with me. And I resented
Cut it out.
I resented it big time.
You don't have to yell because the coffee pot's
He said
brewing.
Vince was going to call you. He did tell me that. And I knew that Vince was going to call me. Because
Knock it off.
And when
It's
I
annoying.
say things about our relationship, me, him, and his father, start tearing. He's he's a great guy, very emotional. And emotional people are great people usually. And so
Stop it.
But I knew that. And so I gave him about 1.5 years, 2 years. And they called me up and wanted me to do this thing. And WCW Buffalo, it was in Buffalo for WCW, where we did the kid that's running TNT. Anyhow, I told my wife, I said, I give Vince a chance to call. I'm real huge, so is Vince. I'm closing, being the closer.
Shut up,
I said, I got
Mika.
to do closure on Vince before he does on me.
Why is it that you turn... Why is it the coffee pot goes on and you have to start screaming, huh? You don't need to yell.
And boy, did that message go in there big time.
Is it? Is it done?
I never, I got
She's in the
a lot of
kitchen.
friends that were around Vince called me, boy, he's really hot. That's all right. He had a chance to call me. You know what I'm
She
saying?
was in the bedroom.
And, I
Or in
did
the...
that just to
Whatever.
close our relationship because a lot of things were going on.
Is it all done?
I didn't want to do it until he called.
Oh, sweet. I want
They
some.
called me 3 or 4 times and signed this Legends contract they're doing now. I haven't done it. I will not do it until he calls me. And he hasn't got this. I said I like him because he's got balls. He has balls to call me because he knows that he was wrong.
You once said the biggest mistake you
Get
made was
up
not
there,
taking Vince
damn
to a
it.
wrestling gym and to break him in.
Come on.
Can you expand on that?
Fuck.
Yes, I can. When I told you that when he first came in and his dad wanted me to get the guys to like him, I should have taken him at that time to the gym and taught him respect for the business. And they were trying to teach me respect. I think everybody needed to have that, especially if you're going to be in that power seat that he was in. His dad never had that. It would have made him a better wrestling promoter today if he would have had more respect for the business. And he could still be doing what he's doing today, but he would respect the wrestlers.
Are you surprised he's actually getting in the ring sometimes in wrestling? Or
No, not at all. That's his ego.
Right.
That's his ego. He always wanted to do that. His dad wouldn't let him wrestle. He dyed his hair blonde and wanted to be Dr. Bill Miller, Dr. Jerry Graham.
Right.
He wanted to, that was his idol. He wanted to wrestle when he was a little kid. He's always wanted to wrestle.
How different was Vince Jr. compared to his dad?
It's very much like his dad at first, but as things changed, and it's not his fault. Become a corporate business and just started expanding and growing and going. I love Vince, Benny. I really do. But more like a son than a.
Right.
There's different levels of looking at people. I don't look down at them. I don't mean that at all. But the reason that I have so much respect is business was changing. The climate in our society was changing. And he had balls.
What the fuck?
Real balls. WrestleMania 1. If that hadn't worked, it would have been over. And they lost it all. WrestleMania 3. 2. Which one? We had the 3 shows.
That was 2.
Okay. I was sitting next to him in Nassau Coliseum. And if that wouldn't have worked, we went from one show to another show via the satellites, that would have failed. He had to give all that money back he lost. And I was sitting right next to him. And when we connected from New York to Chicago, yeah! And then we connected from Chicago to LA, yeah! I mean, to me, that's what it's all. I mean, he was out on the edge.
Right.
And he could have been Mr. Nothing. A thing that happened way back when, and this is loyalty. I've always been loyal to a weakness at times. And Vince is pretty loyal. We had a little falling out there because I'll explain that later on if you want to know it. But early on, Vince Jr. had just really come with his dad for maybe 2 or 3 years, and there was a guy named Ironhorn who started promoting IWA, and they ran a show in competition, right, in Roosevelt Park in New Jersey. And I wrestled on Bruno the following Saturday. That was a Friday show. Most of our shows were on Monday, but I think this was a Saturday show. They had a show on Friday night, and Vince Sr. paid the New Jersey Commission and paid some other ruffians to go to the show. Savoldi's kid was one of them. Right. And it was an outdoor show, and when the show started, they rushed the ringside seats and started to riot. In the rain, it wasn't real bad. It was a misty night. It was a cool night. So a lot of bad things went on. The following night, I was the main event with Bruno Sammartino. And the Garden's advance was really down because of this deal over here. They had all the superstars. They had Ernie Ladd. They had Ivan Koloff. They had the mask Mexican, what's his name? No Mascaras. Right. And they had quite a card. And one of the guys that's helping the book it was George Cannon from Detroit. He had called me, and they offered me more money than I was going to make that whole summer to show up at Roosevelt Gardens, not necessarily wrestle, but just my hand in the air, be part of that organization, then no show the Gardens the next night. And if I'd done that, probably wrestling history today would not be the same because I would have killed the Gardens. But Vince had been so good to me, and we had that relationship, and I had a relationship with Bruno and all that stuff that I didn't even bat an eye. I said, no, I can't do that. And I was talking to George Cannon, who was talking for Ironhorn, and the money was astronomical. I said, I can't do that. It's not about money. My life, I'm not a prostitute. I sell out. And then he said, well, we'll call you in Vince's office. And this was in the old arena, Philadelphia Arena. We'll call you in Vince's office. We'll talk money to you there, and they'll have to pay you more money. You can really put the screws to them that way, collect money from them and hurt them that way. I said, no, I got plenty of leverage. That would not be good leverage for me. So I turned it down. Right, the whole thing down. And I'm not, I think I did the right thing. But if not, then where would Vinny be today, Charles? And more importantly, where would wrestling be today? Who could have carried the ball like he had, even then? Because where are the kids going to come from? They didn't have the territory, so they learned how to work.
TitleMatchNetwork.com.
As a bull rider, I prefer to do things single-handedly. That's why I love the UW Credit Union app. Doggy! It lets me check accounts, make transfers and more on the go. And if I need an extra hand, UW Credit Union has convenient. Yippee! So, if you want simple mobile banking, mosey on over to UW Credit Union. They're here for every y'all. Federally insured by NCUA.
I just read a report that America is now in more credit card debt than ever before, more than $1.1 trillion. You know, my grandfather used to say, there's no stress like money stress, son. Well, are you feeling that right now? Let me help. You've got a friend in the mortgage business in me, and I've helped families just like yours save hundreds of dollars a month. Seriously, we've helped listeners to this podcast save up to $800 a month. At SaveWithConrad.com, we routinely help our podcast listeners consolidate all of their high interest rate credit cards into just one much lower monthly payment. Would you like to lower your monthly payments? Wouldn't it be nice to skip your next 2 house payments? Are you finally ready for some breathing room and peace of mind? Start saving money today with your friend in the mortgage business, me, at SaveWithConrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. You don't need money out of your pocket. And if we can't help you save some cash, we won't waste your time. You see, at SaveWithConrad.com, we don't say no. We say not yet, here's how. We want to be your mortgage advisor for life. So find out how easy it is to finally get rid of your credit card debt once and for all. Get a much lower monthly